Do I even need an intro? No. Thing explains itself. The wave of art. After the wave, what is left in its wake?
Monk, when will they give us the order to attack? What's taking so long? The island is just across the bay. We have men, weapons, supplies, everything. Just give us order and we will take to shore.
Why aren't they storm syndromed yet?
Check out these bad boys. Anti-Arcanum weapons courtesy of the American from that Walden place.
The Walden.
That creep just doesn't sit right with me. He's got that Arcanus stink about him.
He's talking about forget-me-not.
But his technology's solid and we needed it. We've got to get ahead of the Serbs and the Greeks.
This army has been stationed here for a long time, perhaps too long. The soldiers, stranded and demoralized by their failed landing, face days of uncertainty without orders. While politicians bicker, they are left to eat their food meal by meal, watching their chances slip away.
Relax, Georgie. Leave the decisions to the big shots. I'm sure they'll just hug out the differences in the meeting room or something. Besides, you saw the monsters on that island. Can't speak for everyone here, but I don't want to die.
Screw the negotiations! Screw the committee! Like it or not, we were the first ones to find the island, not the Austrians or the Germans.
Good old racism. He grumbles and picks the monocular back up, straining to catch another glimpse of the island across the waters. The sea is tranquil, as it is often. Is this time... what? As it often is this time of year, okay. The water sparkles under the golden sun, stretching to the horizon, without an island in sight.
Damn, those Arcanists have gone into hiding again.
Yeah, nothing go wrong with the paint going on in the background.
I swear I could see it from here yesterday.
Yeah, bro, you're just living a Van Gogh reality. He blinks, unsure if his eyes are tricking him.
Are those bird-like creatures leaving in droves?
His words barely catch anyone's attention. A new poker game is underway on the supply crate. A radio, a couple of beers, and a game of poker. A rare moment of enjoyment. Who could ask for more?
Georgie, brother, leave them be. Come, play with us, George.
The soldier does not seem to hear his name. He grips the monocular tightly, his mouth contorting as he mutters.
What a good opportunity this is. It's too good to pass up. We've got to act now.
A drop of vibrant paint slides down his cheek and lands on the ground with a splatter, and he's been storm syndromed.
We will claim what is ours. This island belongs to us. It's in our territory and we were the first to find it. Why shouldn't it be ours?
The card players pause, gawking at the paint sliding down each other's faces, unaware that their own faces are melting as well. In the silence, the only sound that fills the air is the static of the radio.
The Austro-Hungarian Empire has officially declared war on Serbia. Russia is mobilizing in support of Serbia. Germany demands Russia to stop mobilizing at once. Germany is mobilizing. France is mobilizing.
Ooh, welcome back, Kakanya. Been a while. We've gone full circle. I went from disliking her to actually liking her and wanting her to be on screen. We've come full circle. The circle. At the ring road, no less. The street has turned into a canvas of mesmerizing hues. The colorful paints swirl and burst, creating one spiral after another. It's almost like the stage set of a twisted carnival.
Father! Mother! Albert! Ilse! Open the door! It's important! You have to listen to me!
She pounds on the door, but as soon as she makes contact, the door softens and melts like butter. They've also been stormed. She trips through the door, but quickly recoils at the horror inside. The art and specimens, once delicate and exquisite, now resemble a jumble of spilled paint.
No, this can't be. Albert?
Still with a glimmer of hope, she carefully calls out to her brother.
Clara, it's odd to see you so flustered. What's the matter?
The familiar voice brings immense relief to
I'm
her
headed
heart.
to the business school. We'll talk when I get back.
Albert picks up the hat and adjusts the brim, the pin on the hat. Vingler's shop shimmers in the dim light. Thank goodness he seems to be fine. Except he's not. He's still the reliable brother she remembers, the family's pride, in his sharp three-piece suit.
Business school? But didn't you swear to never go back? Ever since your human classmate shot your arm in a duel. Wait, what happened to your arm?
He turns around and Kakanyev can finally see. Half of his suit is covered in colors, paint trailing down his face and pooling at his feet. An arm of flowing colors is attached to his body like a mismatched puzzle piece.
Oh, Ethan. Yes, he wounded me. He had to prove his standing to the Brotherhood. There was no other way, but that's in the past. He gave me his arm, so now we're even.
He gave you his arm? A human gave you your what? GG, he raises his left hand to show her that the blade, streaks of blood are still on it. He casually tosses it aside, letting it clatter into the darkness and disappear into the swirls of color. Albert grabs his walking stick, his new arm dangling lifelessly at his side.
I have to go. I have to find Johnson, Raymond, and Herbert. That little rascal pushed Ilsa into the fountain.
Yeah, we're gonna ignore
Leave a
World
score
War
to
I
settle.
here.
Take care, Clara.
He strides past her and hails a carriage with whatever.
Albert, don't go!
She runs to stop the carriage, but it is unaffected by her efforts, like everything else in its place. A set of footsteps approach from behind.
The storm syndrome is spreading, Doctor. Stay any longer, you'll be infected too.
He took the arm. Well, a typical arcanist, am I right?
Please, leave with me.
The trembling ground interrupts her. A mob with distorted faces swarms through the streets, chanting slogans and singing in their own tongues. White pro-war pamphlets litter the ground, like snowflakes being absorbed into a mire of effervescent paint. The city is bursting with unrelenting energy, like a speeding chariot or a twirling powder keg.
The sign bell in the parade. Is that Aurora? I just met her at the coffee house last week. We were talking about her wedding.
Watch out, Doctor!
A sign crashes to the ground beside them. Rage-filled citizens are tearing the streets apart. Even the handles of roadside benches are yanked off and made a weapon. Fervent protest consumes all who come across it, forcing them to participate with no option to decline.
This is bad. They have lost their minds. This way, Doctor. We have to get out of here.
Dokta, watashi no koko ni. Okairi, Dokta.
Finally, some
Doctor.
interesting words.
Is it just me, or is your ass a little bigger today?
Handle it gently. Take it easy.
I wonder when Almia said that line.
Engines have guns. It's called common sense. Flying handbag for only
Don't worry about it. just a few intrusive thoughts, let's call them. She never? I know she never.
Handle it gently. Completely. Oh.
I'm just happy to be back, you know? I'm just a little silly guy. Ah. The music isn't helping, man. The music really isn't helping.
Radio waves are
Gun.
everywhere.
There we go. By the way, your choice for some reason is lower now. Or rather muffled? Okay, hold on. Settings.
This way, Doctor. We have to go back to your clinic. The Special Operations Squad will meet us there.
Alright, it should be way louder now. Should be way... Okay, you are good. Thank you. The young investigator holds the doctor's hand, determined to do her duty. But the doctor halts her steps and droops her head, looking dejected.
Marcus, you once said that there was another way to make things right. And then you did your part, as I did mine. But now, after all that's happened, please tell me, what's the point of us trying? Will we save them in time? Is there any chance that we can turn things around?
She struggles to hold back a sob. The roaring crowd fades into the distance, and the ring road of yesterday is now but a distant memory, never to be relived.
The ritual you acquired, the one you said could save everyone. Is it working now?
If anything, it's storming us rather faster than expected.
Let me in.
The Enigma. We got Marcus, Enigma, and Kikania in the same chapter. We're eating good tonight. All that's left is 37. The floor in Laplace's corridor has lost its clean silvery sheen. Dawkins and his slobbering mutt certainly played a major role in the destruction. The guards used every cleaning orb in their inventory to restore even a hint of its original glory. A pair of angry feet stomp across the floor, ignoring their colleagues' attempts to stop them. Enigma adds more muddy footprints without hesitation.
I have just one question. Why hasn't the project stopped yet?
His outcry elicits a reaction. The door to the director's office flings open, and an angry figure storms out. Medicine pocket?
Adler
Never
Hoffman,
mind.
you have been removed from the team. You're not authorized to be here. You have violated
The LSCC safety management regulations? I brought them with me. You're welcome.
He throws the hefty manual right into his former leader's face.
If you cared about the regulations as much as you claim, you'd know that none of what's happening aligns with its guidelines. Even the head of Laplace has no authority to continue the experiment under these circumstances.
Before he can continue, his ex-leader sharply cuts him off.
Get out of my face, Adler. I don't have time for this. We're in a state of war.
Well, can you really call him a leader when, he doesn't have a team anymore? They kind of just got wiped into mud.
Every participant has signed an informed consent form. If you are not part of this project, please leave immediately. We only have 18 hours until the storm. This is it. The first time we've made such a breakthrough in all 9 storms. Your sister gave up her life to take us this far. I hope you don't need me to remind you that.
Well, funny you mention Hoffman. I think that'll only piss off Enigma even more. Adler Hoffman is abruptly silent. A fiery rage ignites in his hazel eyes. A deafening void engulfs the space as Ulrich realizes his verbal blunder.
Yes, she made the ultimate sacrifice, hoping that it would lead to a breakthrough. But instead, death continues to rise. How can you let this go on?
He charges ahead, shoving Ulrich aside with his elbow. Ulrich's head slams against the wall. Ferrofluids shifting erratically inside.
I demand to know why the experiment is still going.
He starts working on the padlock on the door. Nothing's going to stop him from breaking through today. The alarm goes off. Ulrich struggles to his feet against the wall, a hand up to his head.
Don't we have enough crazies around here? Madame Lucy has important things to do. She has no time for you. Go cry to your therapist, human.
Important? What could be possibly more important than this right now? What happened to the humanitarian ideals of the Foundation? Are we now under the tyranny of machines? What's this important thing she's got to do? Reading the paper? Sipping on oil and charging up in a 230-volt bath?
He cracks the code, pushing Ulrich's arm aside. Enigma forces his way into the room. Gotta say, he went a little too hard on the roasting. The room is completely dark. A piston spins at his feet.
Is that you, Adler? Welcome.
Yokoso, Velvet Rumue. Wrong game. Ah, come on. I was hoping we wouldn't get you so soon.
Look at this mirror, dear. There's a sizable stain on it.
7 years of bad luck. Oh my god, I broke a mirror. Ooh, I'm so unlucky. Oh no, I broke a cup. Ooh, I'm so sad. Come on, dude. Oh, Kakanya, you may have a point. My bad, my bad. It's broken.
Yes, it is. Maybe its owner meant to break it so that the stain would be thoroughly removed. Now the stain is gone, and the owner has a collection of little mirrors. She must have accidentally left this one behind.
So yeah, he kinda confirms it's Kakanya's.
A lady with great ambitions and an unconscious charm. A lady who wishes to make the rest of the world accept who she is, and has suggested that many others join her way of thinking.
Circle.
Her brother, on the contrary, hopes to be taken in. In his attempt to act like everyone else, he lost an arm in a duel.
Already forgot his name. Elrich? Something like that.
If you ask me, dear, I'd say they're very alike. Equally lonely. The brother and sister are a mirror image of each other. She's often repulsed by the sight of him, unable to reconcile herself with all that he reminds her of. Now the brother has found his missing arm, along with his long-lost dignity. The surgery that the sister had been hoping would be done on this world has finally started. But all of a sudden, she's terrified of the incisions. As I said, despite their differences in approach, the brother and sister are mirror images of one another. But now the mirror is broken. I hope she can make it through the 7 years of bad luck. Poor thing. There's no way around it.
Unnecessary line. This, nothing. Oh my god though! Siblings are siblings! No way! A sandstorm in a room. A tiny grain of sand slips into the eye, causing tears to well up in response. I really have the displeasure of listening to an old grandma, huh? The only grandma I respect is my own. The piston rotates on the floor like a toy stop.
I am not in a suitable form to receive a guest.
This reminds me of Sotheby being a co-track.
Simone, can you put me back in my body?
Her assistant rushes over and puts her into a robot body.
I feel much better. Thank you. Oh, you have even put on a face for me. How sweet of you.
By the way, have you seen Lucy in the Instagram post? The cosplay. That thing is insane. That thing is funny. Let me see if I can pull it up. Hold on. I need to pull this up. Reverse 1999. Lucy cosplay. Let me see if I can find this. It's funny. Is this it? Yeah, this looks like the Instagram account. Hold on. Can I full screen this? How do you full screen Instagram? Can I open it in a new tab? No, I can't. Alright, just give me a second. Alright. We have Lucy. Oh, come on, it's green screening. Oh no. Okay. Here you have Lucy, right? And then let's look at the Instagram post.
Eliminate target.
Oh, funniest shit I've ever seen, man. Funny. To be what it be, man. It to be what it be. Oh, hello, welcome to the stream. We're just playing main story. Honestly, it was way better than I expected.
I have noticed your icy gaze, Researcher Adler. You are yearning to correct the logic of this place. Well, I only said that to Simone out of courtesy. In reality, whichever body I am put into makes no difference to me.
Her ill-timed explanation annoys him even more.
The experiment, ma'am. Why hasn't it stopped? Are you going to pretend that nothing's happened? That no one died? Could it be that you and Ulrich, the awakened, being the tin cans you are, have no regard for actual lives?
Adler Hoffman, I will not warn you again.
You're just gonna watch since you're stuck at this old boss fight? Isn't there, like, breeze mode on that fight? Ulrich storms back into the room with 2 guards, ready to throw him out at any moment.
Relax, Adler. You are led by a biased opinion because you lack critical information. A common defect in all cognitive processes. I believe you will shift to a more rational perspective once you receive sufficient information on the subject.
A more rational perspective?
The human, known for his logical thinking, responds with an overwhelming amount of feeling.
We are humans, not machines. We are not expendable parts. I have plenty of reasons to question your decisions. Your excessive insistence on this experiment could be a sign of uncontrollable behavior, a trait commonly seen in arcanists.
The experiment has been cancelled everywhere, except for this very room.
What?
The robot flashes a smile, as if anticipating the man to be pleased with the response.
As you and Researcher Medicine Pocket have said, the ritual is beyond the limits of almost everyone here. The side effects will kill them before the ritual can even take effect. The first wave was inevitable. Dora had pressed send before she disintegrated. We only managed to halt the subsequent transmissions and evacuate the unaffiliated staff. We kept only a few arcanists on the team, and each has signed the consent form.
Mutual consent, that bloody form again.
Forgive me, ma'am, but I have to use your argument against you. You too are guided by a biased opinion, an overly optimistic one, because you have failed to properly assess the risks involved. We have suffered enough misfortunes just by uttering a few syllables of the incantation. We've talked about the limit of things before. You should know better and ask the rest of the team to quit the experiment. Your insistence will only bring calamity upon calamity on our people for nothing.
The researcher fights to stay calm, reiterating his views he had already shouted in the hallway. Ulrich begins his retort, but the director simply nods in agreement.
You might be right, but how is being right going to help us?
Huh?
She grins, trying for a warm, gentle smile, but it comes across as anything but. Enigma's despised that face. Every time she tried to show a hint of humanity, it only served to highlight how different she was from everyone else.
You spoke of the limit, and I am surprised that it is you who brought it up.
Enigma pauses for a second, not sure if she's being sarcastic.
The physical appearance of humans has remained relatively unchanged since the Neolithic era, but their thoughts and civilization continued to evolve and underwent significant transformations. The achievements that humanity enjoys today were not given to the species by any one person with godlike powers, but were the result of the collective efforts of all human beings. Limits and boundaries must be pushed, or there would never have been room for development. There is no reason to believe that the limit cannot be challenged, especially when we already have the tools to do so.
I think he's arguing about a different kind of limit, but sure.
We must make progress happen.
Grandiose lies.
Lies?
Oh crap. He forgot about her excellent hearing. Hold on, I apologize. I need to show another scene, another clip. It's a completely unrelated game. Nothing but lies, recruit.
Nothing but lies.
Hold on. This is scuffed, just a little scuffed. Hold on. I swear, this stream is only becoming a meme stream at this point. Alright, here's the clip.
Nothing but lies. Lies! 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 Lies!
Oh, man. Amazing. Amazing. That's all I can say.
We have no choice but to go beyond that limit. If we do not break away from the storm, there is no future for us, let alone progress. We need to first determine all the side effects as a priority. This important step will help us compile data and eliminate the effects so our colleagues can use the ritual safely.
And who will try it this time, Madam Lucy? You're not going to test the side effects as the cost of lives, are you?
No, that was Fire Emblem.
No. Thanks to Ulrich, we stumbled upon a breakthrough. You are right. It is time to send the other Arcanists home. Only the Awakened are needed here.
The Awakened?
The tungsten wires glow faintly red in the dark, and the room is lit. Are we about to see Sputnik?
The power is back, Mom. We are ready to resume.
It will take time to properly explain. Please wait, Adler. We have yet to reach an agreement.
What? Are you experimenting? Here?
Ignoring his surprise, Lucy sits down on the iron bench. Wires of various sizes are attached to her body. The instrument comes to life to the piston's rhythm, faithfully recording every change in the robot. From her slightest movements to arcane fluctuations, nothing goes unnoticed.
La Unwa.
Di Circolo?
Wait, she's reciting it?
Frozen in place by the scene, he looks around the room in disbelief.
She's read the reports, right? She was there when Dora broke into pieces.
How's she breathing? She's a robot! Rarely does her back curl up like this. The usual cheerful expression on her face has changed to one of unease, suggesting that something is amiss. A hunk of metal should not feel pain. They have no flesh, no nerves. But if she is in agony, what could be the cause of such torment? Lungs or voice box? Again, gotta question it. Is it because he's trying to simulate humans, or will she break apart too, like those people? The ominous curse has set its sight on its prey. It watches, almost like Zeus on a mountain top, ready to unleash lightning on the mortals who dare to steal fire.
No. Simone, I cannot continue.
The most primal, instinctual fear. This is the first time he's ever heard her emotion pour out so raw.
You fools! Don't just stand there! Stop her! Now!
Panic and horror twist in his stomach. He has an irresistible urge to rip out the wires and put an end to her torture.
Who's going to lead us if she also turns into a pile of scraps?
Stay where you are, Enigma.
Ulrich's voice, full of animosity, comes from behind.
You insisted on being here. You demanded to see this. Don't bring your pathetic, narrow-minded humanitarian values in here and tell us what to do. What do you know about us?
Simone leans over to her. She speaks softly.
You can do it, madam. This is just part of the established procedures. Just a few more syllables, madam, and it will be over.
I got a meme.
Procedures.
But if I show that meme, I dox myself. Fear ebbs away a little as she repeats those words.
That.
Her eyes close. She forces out the last word with great determination.
Clo.
It is done. A clear, accurate, impeccable read. Right at the moment, Right at that moment, the lights in the lab go out.
Was that all, Simone?
Yes.
No one can see her face in the darkness, but Enigma believes it to be a smile. A gust of sand rises in the room. Without warning, and out of nowhere, it screams through the enclosed darkness. The raging storm engulfs the robot's cold metal body, carrying her away with great force. When the sand subsides, all that remains is an old piston clattering to the ground. That's her? To be continued. Boom. Is she faking it? I don't think so. Why is her voice so chill? I mean, when your body is getting stormed, I would imagine, you know? I would imagine, right? You simulating humans, having human feelings? One-to-one? The pioneers, even if there is no path, even if there is no destination. I always hated the word pioneer. They always act, oh, you're the first one who has ever done this. No, man, someone else would have figured it out eventually. Let's see the chat. I think this ritual has nothing to do with the storm. It's not stormed, more magic. Death silence until Enigma stumbles back, nearly falling over another person in the room.
She's dead.
The piston lies motionless on the ground, as lifeless as any other object.
This is what you wanted to show me?
His heart pounds in his ears as he pants, fists clenching.
Watch her utter a curse that's always brought death, only to die in vain? And you just let it happen?
Ulrich looks at him, his voice poised and steady.
Calm down.
Calm down. She's dead right there, you murderer.
We have already repeated this experiment many times.
Enigma's in disbelief.
Many times? What? You've sent people to their deaths over and over again?
The ferrofluid flows again, forming a shape that Enigma can only interpret as disdain.
Look at you, Adler, peeing your pants over a curse. The human boy is so scared that he forgot to ask the crucial question. Did the ritual work?
You know, if this is how Arcanists deal with information, I would also be racist to Arcanists.
But what do you mean? The curse. The side effect killed her. The experiment failed. Is that not what happened?
No. Triggering the curse and failure are two separate things. I was the first one to recite the incantation, way before Dora. When I read it aloud, it worked. I felt the warmth of a miraculous blessing on my head. Soft. Light as a feather.
Sure.
I told Madame Lucy right away, but as soon as she left the room, the curse hit me, and I began to liquefy. There was no one else in the room. My liquid form had become too insubstantial to push the help button. A long darkness followed. After that, I woke up again in my original primitive form, the way I first came into this world.
Original primitive form?
The ferrofluid pulsates, which in Ulrich's body language is a nod.
Unlike humans, the awakened have neither flesh nor nerves. We are pieces of consciousness, echoes of a primordial melody that just happen to reside in material objects by chance. With a mind and a body combined, we could talk, learn, think like you do, and perform the experiment and endure the side effects. And this curse, for some reason, cannot affect the primal consciousness that caused our awakening in the first place. While human minds dissipate when their tangible bodies are destroyed, our minds reawaken regardless of the changes and destruction of our external bodies. Of course, this was an assumption based on idealized circumstances, and I needed another awakened being who could awaken in different bodies to confirm my theory. That is why I sought out Madame Lucy for cross-verification. The results?
Yes, it was an assumption. You said it yourself. You came back to life this time. But what about the next? Nothing is for sure in Arcanum. What if she never wakes up again? What if she dies for good?
He swats Enigma's hand away.
We know what we are doing, human.
You know, kinda difficult to not view it in a racist lens, you know? Because humans keep calling Arcanists Arcanists, and now Arcanists keep calling the singular human human. Not just any human, an inferior human.
Stay out of this. Only the Awakened can carry out the experiment. So we must proceed. This has nothing to do with race. It is a sense of duty that every researcher should have possessed when they chose this path.
I guess he answered my question. This has nothing to do with race. You do you.
We have to go beyond the limit. Not out of madness, but out of rationality.
Silence fills the room like the beginning of time, when there was no sound to be heard. Then slowly the piston starts to spin.
We seem to have replicated effect number 2. And 117 of the Coleman Lab's protective rituals were proven ineffective. Write it down, Simone. This is the 4th time we have seen it. Also, number 45 and 69 are related to it. We need to speed up. This is too slow.
My man is happy his waifu's alive. The lights come back on. Being prepared for all possible outcomes requires a significant amount of metal material, but it is essential for data collection and analysis. With a soft hum, the robot turns her head and looks at Enigma surprised.
Adler, what are you doing here? I am glad to see you out of your room and working with us again.
No, he's not on the team, Mum. He forced his way in here.
Oh? My apologies. I seem to lose a small amount of data when I reawaken.
She smiles at him, as she always does.
Still, I am glad that you are showing initiative, Adler. Were we supposed to talk?
No. We have nothing more to discuss, ma'am. Ulrich has filled me in on everything, but I still worry whether the experiment's risks were properly assessed.
Assessments will only be assessments. Much is beyond measure when it comes to Arcanum. Perhaps faith plays a more important role here.
Enigma is caught off guard by her words.
I'm surprised it is you talking about faith, ma'am.
This is genius. You have a ritual whose side effect destroys a body. Just people who don't care about that. I mean, I see it, but like... Then again, I don't understand what awakenings are. Like, even though they explained what they are, it's like... I keep thinking about it like it's Full Metal Alchemist, you know? Oh, the soul is like Al from Full Metal Alchemist. That circle, if that thing is destroyed, then boom, the soul is gone forever. I think of them like ghosts possessing a body. But then how is Apple? You know, like Apple used to be something, then he got tethered to an apple. You know what I mean? Like, do you choose what you're tethering to? Or is there something that keeps you tethered? Yeah, I'm pretty sure they said Regulus was the one who made him into an apple, or something like that. He does speak like he had another body. I thought he was always an apple. No, apparently he was something else, and then Regulus tethered him to an apple. You know what I mean? So I'm curious. So I'm not sure. Is it like Full Metal Alchemist Al, or are they ghosts, as you say? Well, Lucy was also different. Fair enough. I guess each one has their own condition or something. She's just a piston, so she can change bodies. Yeah, I see what you mean.
It seems we both have the ability to surprise each other.
Yeah, because Apple has hands, right? We established that, so I assume whatever is the body of those hands, I assume that's the real Apple, not the actual Apple itself. As they speak, the robot strolls over to her chair and sits back down.
You are right. Assessments could indeed be useful to us. It allows us to know the probabilities of success and failure based on established facts and past experience.
We don't know what Apple is on the inside, right? That's the issue. We know Apple is not just an apple. There's something in the apple. If you look at his third skill animation, he literally takes out 2 tiny arms, makes a triangle, and then throws it at the enemy. So he's not just an apple.
But when we find ourselves in uncharted darkness, with no information or past experience to guide us, how are assessments going to help us?
She ponders and stares into the void. Perhaps the experiment did fry some circuits. She's more sentimental than usual.
The only thing we have in such darkness is the unwavering faith to move forward. When the first steam engine whistled, I awoke into this world. At the beginning of this new life, my circuits were charged with a singular primal desire to progress. In the midst of that never-ending whistle, I have watched man build the towers of science and knowledge, and I have watched them unleash chaos and destruction. You too have been lost and deterred, but your engines of progress have never stopped churning. Always move forward, no matter the destination you told yourselves, until the storm brought everything to a standstill. But this is just a small setback. We are only back to the beginning where we stumble blindly. And this time, I happen to have a cane.
Silver Ash? She gives him a tender smile.
No need to worry about me. I will not shut down as long as there is still hope for progress. We have wasted a bit of time on data recovery. Come, Simone. Let us begin the next experiment. I hope to dissolve into paste this time, so we can easily handle it with a Coleman's ritual of transformation.
Wild line. The human researcher knows that it'd be inappropriate for him to stay here any longer. Gritting his teeth, he moves towards the door, trying his best to leave the horrific scene behind him. Someone is waiting for him by the door.
Seen enough? We know what we are doing, and you are of no help here.
Poor man, Enigma's just losing sanity over time.
It's been the same old story in this place for the past 8 years. When your faith crumbled during the storm, it was us who took over the place and cleaned up after you. It was us who got things back up and running, put coals in the hearth, and blazed a trail when everyone was lost in the dark. I know you may not understand the intricacies of the Arcanum, but please, show some basic respect for our efforts.
Will you do the experiments yourself, Ulrich?
Of course. I am not some emotional, unhelpful little punk.
All that's left is, just to add, born with flesh and blood and bone. Instead of his usual witty comeback, Enigma simply shakes his head in a slow motion.
Do you still remember Adams?
A sudden question that seems out of place. The ferro fluid quivers. The name seems to unearth memories that have been buried for 8 years long in the confines of this institution.
Adams, Roman, Adolf, Sylvia, Albert, Louise, those who were taken from us by the rain. Melvin, Francis, Caroline, Leopold. They volunteered for the field, but we never heard from them again. Now we have Dora, Richard, Dawkins, and Victor on the list. Life has a wicked sense of humor. My mentor, my classmates, my colleagues. Each of them deserved to live more than me. But they're all gone now. There's only me talking to you. Alive. Useless. Am I going to see your names on that list too, Ulrich?
That's a first. In this rare moment he lowers his head, but soon he raises his arm and slaps the man hard on the back.
Spare me the feelings, human. Though I will take back my sarcastic jabs at you. It is not something a leader should do. Madame Lucy talked to me about the importance of teamwork.
You think Victor's still there, just invisible. See, can we tether Victor's soul? I mean, he's still sending emails, you know? Can we tether him to an object? Just saying. Maybe he can become Triple T. Just 3 TV screens showing a body. Just saying. Yeah, awkwardly pats the human on the shoulder, a clumsy attempt at friendliness.
Go back to your room, Adler. The Arcanists will take over from here. Until we get the results, you won't be needed here.
Enigma heaves a breath.
I will say this, Ulrich. If you survive the experiments...
Alarmed by the opening words, Ulrich instinctively turns down his receiver to avoid hearing anything too warm. That would be more painful than suffering through 100 experimental side effects.
I will submit the sincerest application to never be on the same team as you again. So neither of us will have to worry about teamwork. How's that sound?
A curve that almost resembles a smile appears on his face.
I will wait for that application, Adler.
Now, roll up your sleeves and clear your mind. This is not the time to grieve. If human reasoning and arcane knowledge are not enough on their own, perhaps a combination of the two can solve this problem. La Matilda Guan. Here I was excited, because we saw Matilda in this background before. The lab door is in shambles, its metal plate barely hanging on. A wooden sign reading "Keep Out" sways precautiously, covered in bite marks and scratches. Enigma takes a moment before finally knocking on the door. A voice answers from within.
Who's there?
Adler Hoffman from the cryptography team. Is Medicine Pocket in? I heard that they wrote a paper on the linear correlation between the purity of an Arcanist bloodline and their power. Can I get some more details on the research?
The door creaks open to reveal a youthful face, but she is not the genius he is looking for. The lab technician looks at him through her glasses and hesitates a little.
The paper is here. Help yourself. Sorry about the stains on it. I just took it out of the trash. If you're looking for Medicine Pocket, I'm afraid they just left.
Left? To where?
There is a subtle conflict on her face. She is torn between covering for her colleague and following the rules. It is more than enough for him to catch on.
They left the building? Hasn't the countdown already begun?
Yes, and by regulations we are not to leave. But, they said their new theory had to be verified in the storm.
There we go. Okay, we got a clue. 3. Immediate death, no symptoms. 7. Soluble in soil. Hair modification. Dispersion of consciousness. She said number 30, right? So her consciousness blinked for a moment. Fluid allergy. Persistent severe dehydration. Proportional body shrinkage. Wait. These are all people or Lucy herself? Hold on. We were looking at the clues here. It's not this one. It's this one. So, proportional body shrinkage. Embrittlement of the whole body. So, number 3, immediate death. Unstoppable and irreversible. Good to know. Avoid the ground and wear special footwear. That's for soluble in soil, okay? Shave head and observe further. That is hair modification, okay? Call out loud is for number 30, dispersion of consciousness, okay? Maintain a dry environment, control water intake, that's fluid allergy, conscious continuous infusion, okay? Administers care as per the lab's test animal standards, that's for proportional body shrinkage. I don't know. No, this is a side effect of the ritual can have. True, yeah, that's what I noticed. When you utter the words, you roll an RNG die and get one of these. There was like glitch thingy. Yep, I see it. I see it. We have a trial over here. Diagnosis record. Awakened. We absolutely respect the health rights of our employees. Diagnosis record. Awakening. Awakened, my bad. Diagnostic subject. Lucy. Examination items. X-ray scanning. Visualization. Fluoros... I can't read that. Magnetic induction check. Intelligence checks from age groups 6 to 60, including vision and hearing checks. Clinical manifestation. The subject's core briefly lost consciousness after channeling an incantation, then returned to normal. Considering the replaceability of the external shell, the damage is negligible. Only changes to the core are described below. Basically unchanged. The subject's core remains stable, with no apparent external injuries, nor any internal damage found. All examination insides are normal. It is speculated that the subject's external shell bore the brunt of the curse, and that the subject's spirit is greater than the material of the vessel. According to one of the current mainstream views, the consciousness of the awakened comes from still unknown macro-arcanum phenomenon. Perhaps it is such arcane phenomena that override the side effects of the incantation, helping to overcome the curse directly affecting the core, so that the target does not die from the curse while the consciousness remains. So her body takes the brunt of it, but the consciousness also takes the brunt of it, but her main body, the piston, is still safe. We kinda already pieced that together though. Oh, no. Well, you really thought I would play the game on the original difficulty? Hell no. So was the ritual the same as the storm? No. The storm arrives in 17 hours.
Ha! Fresh air, green grass, the dew, the mud. This is what I'm talking about. A better world.
They kick the muddy ground with the boot in ecstasy. The mud splatters on the Foundation staff member's jacket, but he remains professional and does not bat an eye.
Researcher Medicine Pocket, I must remind you that we are at the edge of the immunity zone to the storm. Once we cross the line, we will not only catch the storm syndrome, but also be taken by the storm at the end of the countdown.
They're playing the Australia soundtrack. I'm starting to think this is the Medicine Pocket soundtrack. The entrance of the Foundation headquarters is bustling with personnel. As the storm approaches, a long line of field investigators has formed at the gate, waiting to pass through security. Medicine Pocket groans. They spread their hands in frustration, clearly unhappy with how skilled the staff member is at avoiding confrontation.
I know that. How stupid do you think I am? Hey, isn't that Rudolph? The poor guy sent to Tunguska? Hey man, how was Siberia? Welcome back. Did you bring me any new research materials? Oh, you don't recognize me? You're breaking my heart. It's me, your best friend that you just met, Medicine Pocket.
Medicine Pocket's attempt to approach the line is quickly thwarted. The staff member has to practically yank them back by their arms and legs.
Researcher, I must make clear that you only applied for 15 minutes outside for research purposes. Your countdown starts from the moment when you cross this line.
Okay, safety first, I know. Get off me, you're hurting my arms.
Medicine Pocket struggles desperately and finally manages to plant all 4 limbs back on the ground. By the way, best friend you just met, there's a effect called the Pygmalion effect where... Actually, is it Pygmalion? I think it's a different one. Where basically, if you approach someone and you're very guarded, that person also becomes guarded. If you approach that person on the aspect that, yo, we're best friends, that person actually does become your best friend. As in, you mirror the actions. So if you believe that guy is sketchy, that person also believes you're sketchy. Of course, different cognitive beliefs are in play. If a child thinks you're sketchy, obviously you won't perceive the child as sketchy. And the reverse is true. You can approach the kid thinking, oh my god, he's stupid, he's friendly, and then that child perceives you as, oh, here's an adult that won't take me seriously, blah blah blah, you know? So you end up confirming, yes, this child is stupid, but that child is like, even if I try to be serious, this adult won't take me seriously, you know?
I'll bounce as soon as the storm syndrome hits. Even if I catch it, look at the syndromes of this era. Distorted faces, murderous intentions, obsession with war, rampage. What's got you so worried? They aren't that bad. Well, the melting faces part is kind of gross.
Oh, my body being destroyed and changed into something else entirely. Can't be that bad, bro. The staff member responds with a blank expression. My guy, have you seen his face? You can't. Medicine Pocket shrugs. They kneel down and open up a leather case. This thing we gave to Vertin. 1 week is more than enough for a genius like them to upgrade an old apparatus. This is the second version of the sampling device for asymmetrical nuclide R, boasting improved sensitivity compared to its predecessor.
I really wanted to test this in Vienna. Oh well, better than nothing. Alright, now, I'm gonna walk a little further from the immunity zone so the samples are easier to gather. The ideal distance is 1,500 kilometers, but, oh, don't worry, not gonna do that. Even I can't run that fast.
Yeah, only 1,500 kilometers in 17 hours, only. They hold the sampling device in their hands and step across the boundary. Behind them, the staff member starts his timer, a skeptical look on his face. You
Now
can't see his
behold,
face?
The important moment. When I prove the dorks in Laplace wrong about asymmetrical nuclide R.
The room is as dark and dusty as when Enigma last saw it, but to him it's a sanctuary. The towering piles of files and outdated equipment immediately isolate him from the rest of the world. Finally, he is back in his fortress.
Now, hypothetically, if the storm research were to succeed, 2 things should have been done.
He scribbles quickly on the dusty whiteboard. 1. Safe usage of the ritual for Arcanus. 2. Mass production of the ritual for humans.
And to find out the safe way to use it, we have to...
1. Have the power to wield it. 2. Minimize the side effects.
This is what Lucy was thinking. The Awakened met the casting requirements of the incantation, and Ulrich succeeded, while the other Arcanists did not feel the same miraculous blessing like he did. So as long as we eliminate the side effects, they'll be able to inscribe the incantation and mass produce it for the humans. One problem is, only the Awakened can carry out the experiments, and there's not many of them around. It'll take too long. There's no way to do this in 24 hours. Heck, it could take months or even years. There must be something else we can do.
But you are not an Arcanist. Why should you play by their rules?
Yes, that's right. Let's try a different approach. What if I start with the desired outcome and work backwards to the question?
He crosses out the second step.
The quickest and most efficient way to save everyone is to make them qualified casters of the ritual. They won't even need protective equipment if we can do that. The challenge is, how do we qualify the casting requirements?
He looks at the papers on his desk in desperation.
Medicine Pocket's theory is correct, and there's enough data and supplementary experiments to back it up. The power of Arcanists is directly tied to the purity of their bloodline, which is associated with the special cells in their bodies.
Is that our energy? No way!
Using arcane skills reduces the activity of the cells, but the Picasma extract can reactivate them for extended casting. However, the extract only provides endurance, not power. It is physiologically impossible for a low-ranked Arcanist to cast a high-ranked skill. That's the reality of it.
Poor Dora.
If we were to compare the power of Arcanists to household appliances, let's say their normal voltage is 230 volts, and if the storm immunity ritual were a high voltage source of 1,000 volts, no, millions of volts, like lightning, the household appliances would be destroyed in an instant.
He is used to simplifying complicated arcane jargon into a replicable example for practical application, my bad.
As for the humans, they're not even in the picture. We cannot cast to begin with, and I personally didn't feel any blessing or curse when I recited half of the incantations that day.
He falls back into his chair, rubbing at his temple. The researcher struggles against his defeatist mindset, but the hopelessness is hard to ignore.
Think. How can I get everyone to meet the casting requirements of the ritual? It was theoretically impossible. The Arcanum never gave a damn about certainties. I've been reminded plenty that logic does not apply to things like this.
Irritated, he pushes the papers aside and pulls a book of Arcanum from the mountain of clutter. You know, this is where the power of friendship would help you.
What about shortcuts? Are there records of transcendental rites? Significant celestial events? Sacrificial offerings? Or even Numa emanating ingredients that could boost the user's casting abilities?
He's talking about drugs. I'm gonna stab myself with this thing that gives me more Arcanum power.
Wait, Numa emanating?
Oh, the emanation of Numa! We've come full circle. A thought flashes across his mind.
Where have I seen that word before?
The island. He rushes to the bookshelf and starts rummaging through the dusty volumes.
It was in the files Ulrich told me to read. The Timekeeper's report from the Aegean Sea. Those islanders call the storm the emanation. Why? The emanation. Emanation. Just what is emanating out?
The door swings open with a loud bang, causing him to jump in surprise. The towering stack of books next to the door tumbles over as if nudged by an invisible force. Then he hears a familiar sound, shuffling footsteps from the hallway outside, sticky and wet.
Dawkins, I hope you know this is not the time to catch up. That is if you're able to talk at all. What the? No! Let go! I've just come up with an idea! Leave me alone!
He braces himself against the desk, straining to resist being thrown out by the room. He squirms across, stretching his fingers until he finally reaches the red button. My game almost crashed. What happened? Alright, let's go in.
Some interesting work.
Alright. Either this stage is too easy or I'm over leveled.
Handle it gently.
Oh no. What? Bukornbloom half HP'd them must be S tier. No way! Eternity also half HP'd them. Oh no. I'm a fake reverse 1999 player.
It's called common sense.
We've done a good job. Now, may I have a hand towel?
You're not really here for revenge. And it wasn't you who pushed away the books and opened the door, the invisible ghost. Victor, did you do that?
Welcome back, Victor. A colossal muddy gingerbread man surprisingly docile. Beside him, a whiteboard marker, and the air begins to write on the wall, "It's me." Then the marker turns its tip and points at the door. Enigma does as his friend suggests and walks out into the hallway. Outside, people are talking and laughing with genuine joy on their faces.
Researcher Adler!
A figure in shiny uniform suddenly stops nearby. Enigma recognizes her as the unfortunate colleague who works with Medicine Pocket.
What happened? Any progress?
Yes, researcher Medicine Pocket has proved their theory right. They have successfully found the asymmetrical nuclide R in the air before the storm, even if only a trace.
What did you say?
They came up with the idea because the nuclide was initially found in the raindrop samples of the storm. They deduced it also exists in the air before the storm occurs, like the water droplets in the atmosphere before rain. So now, we can extract it directly from the air, without waiting for the Timekeeper to bring the raindrops to us. This will help us a lot in the mass production of the protective gear.
She trails off as she notices the look on his face.
No way. The emanation. Asymmetrical nuclide R. She was right. The ritual works. Any arcanist can use it. And the solution was right in front of us. I didn't need to boost the caster's abilities. With the right setup and materials, the world before the storm is already an enormous stage for performing the ritual. It's like a charged pylon just needing a cable.
Mr. Adler?
The man slips past her and starts running towards the other end of the corridor.
Thank you, Miss Whoever, and thanks for letting me know, Dawkins and Victor.
Oh shit. No, my bad. Skip the line. Enigma makes his way back to Lucy or something.
It's me, Ulrich. Let me in. I need to see Madame Lucy. Tell her. I found a way to...
Transcend the limit. Bro, every 2 seconds they don't allow me to skip and then suddenly we're skipping important lines. Come on. Alright, we got a tip. 2nd generation asymmetrical nuclide R sampling device test report. When the Guardian found Medicine Pocket outside the safety zone, they were crawled on all fours, frantically shouting that their hypothesis was correct. After confirming that they were not infected with the Storm Syndrome, but rather that it was merely a part of their personality, they were brought back by the Guardian. This experiment proved that the outside air before the storm contained a large amount of asymmetrical nucleotide R, and the performance of the 2nd generation sampling device was fully verified, confirming its ability to accurately record the concentration changes of asymmetrical nucleotide R in the air per minute. That's a lot of R. Can we use it? Medicine Pocket, just overexcited, same as always. A person who has transcended the syndrome. Person? Question mark. Guardian Ruji. Raga. Whatever. In tons of muscle pain. Poor guy. No trial. The storm speech. At the very least, we all now have a better understanding of how home appliances work.
We don't have time. I'll spare you the technicalities and explain it straight.
Use auto next and don't click? Nay. That's like a sin by my standards. He pops off the marker cap and draws a few lines on the board, exuding confidence with every stroke.
Our biggest problem is the limit of the bloodline. Low-rank arcanists can't command high-rank arcane rituals. Similar to how household appliances can't withstand what's beyond their designated voltage. In most cases, the caster can only use their own arcane circuits that run through their inherited bloodline. But what if the caster were in a special electric field? What if we used existing circuits on the outside and put the caster into a greater circuit? What if we factored in the entire planet and used the atmosphere to split the current flowing through us by adding more appliances to the circuit?
Don't be ridiculous, Adler. We are not household appliances.
The ferrofluid frowns, questioning the premise of Enigma's proposal.
Hold on, let me finish.
Lucy listens without a word, giving him some courage to go on. He draws a big circle next to the little person on the board.
24 hours before the storm, the entire world is charged with abundant arcane energy. It becomes a space emanating pneuma, a cloud ready to discharge, a special electric field. Look at asymmetrical nuclide R. The key to the storm immunity was inside the storm all along. And look at how the Mandragora is the antidote to its own poison. The solution can be hidden in the question itself. The arcane energy a caster inherently lacks can be borrowed from the surroundings during the storm. We just need a way to induct that energy. And Laplace happens to have all the data for the calculations. The observation systems we've built over the past 8 years have not been in vain. First, we derive a formula to determine the pneuma needed from the storm based on the Arcanist lineage. Then, we'll design a converter to transform the external pneuma into what they can use. They will no longer be bound by their limits. With just one calculation and one conversion, we can turn anyone into a capable caster.
Just realized Enigma has something written on his hand. He excitedly stretches out his arms and ends his epic monologue. It is a good thing that emotions cannot be read on an awakened being's face.
I knew I shouldn't have wasted my time listening to you. What are you saying, Adler? You made up a confusing story, then drew conclusions from it.
The second part is purely theoretical, I admit. But the basis of my theory is correct, and I have read Medicine Pocket's paper.
But Arcanum is not electricity! You're too caught up in your excitement to remember the basics. You know nothing about Arcanum.
It's still a form of energy, yes? No one here knows what the storm is, but we do know that it's a massive arcane energy field. We can harness it. Much like arcanists use arrays to amplify their incantations.
I see what Researcher Adler is trying to say. A creative solution indeed.
The director gets up.
Do not worry, Ulrich. I also have noticed that humans could be smart and stupid at the same time. Perhaps that is why they need to have their work peer-reviewed.
Thanks?
KS. Kill Steel. She nods amicably, pleased that her recently improved interpersonal skills have come in handy.
There is a type of electrophotography invented by Semyon Kurlion and his wife Valentina Kurlion in 1939 that depicts the energy field surrounding an object or body. It was later used by Laplace as a method of measuring arcane power, notably for the storm observation systems. Through it, we are able to capture and measure the arcane light or aura that is invisible to the naked eye.
Wasting no time on meditation, the robot comes to a conclusion.
The plan of Researcher Adler is feasible. Laplace also has the technology to support it. We have the storm observation stations, the capable casters, and the best mathematicians. Ulrich, please ask Miss Tider to lead the calculations, then experiment outside the safe zone and record the Pneuma constant needed for casting the incantation.
Is that Mr. John Titor? Except it's a woman in this case.
And do not give the incantation to anyone. I doubt they can resist trying it.
Ulrich lets out a reluctant hum and leaves the room as instructed.
Simone, please contact Researcher X. His balancing helmet could be the prototype for our converter. That helmet balances the energy field in and out of our bodies, and was once used to protect researchers working with dangerous arcane skills. We could boost its power and use it as a substitute for Adler's converter. But we should postpone their testing request until we have completed our experiments on the side effects.
Her assistant gives a quick nod and begins drafting the notice. The tasks are quickly assigned to the right people in less than a minute. Only one person seems to have been left out.
What about me, ma'am? Should I go with the calculations team or help with the converter?
He takes a tentative step forward, curious about his role in this endeavor.
Right. I wanted to talk about that. You have proven to us the value of human thoughts and perspectives. I am glad that your struggles with the bottle did not damage your brain, Adler. I am confident that your discoveries will save many lives in the storm once implemented.
The bottle? But it's been 7 years.
She just keeps on smiling.
But you overlooked one thing in your plan. What about your people? The humans who can never cast incantations.
An apt question.
They were not included in the plan. I just came up with something that took the least steps to reach the desired outcome. To save humans, they'll have to rely on equipment. Only when we have better control over the ritual can we store it on arcane devices for mass production.
Then you should go perfect it.
Huh? We only have 16 hours and 30 minutes until the storm. There's not enough time to...
The feasible part of your plan is in motion, and all of Laplace will provide the help we need. We will make it work. As for yourself, perfect your plan so we can save everyone, including the humans. And we only have 16 hours and 30 minutes to find a solution.
The directions are given, clear, precise, with no room for ambiguity.
Understood. I will think of something. You're right about this one.
He turns and walks away with long, purposeful strides. Behind Lucy, Simone has finished drafting.
There was no way he overlooked his own race. Yet, he still gave up his own people and brought this plan to us. Were we too hard on him?
Were we?
She turns nonchalantly and sits back in her chair.
I made the right decision.
The internal line rings. The assistant puts down the list of side effects and grabs the phone.
Yes. Yes. We will provide the tech support.
She ends the call with a grave expression on her face.
It was Zeno, Mom.
Hold on. It was Zeno. That name sounds too familiar. Zeno Rivers. 1999. Images. Who was Zeno? I see no images.
They lost contact with Team Timekeeper 3 hours ago. They're asking us for tech support.
Xeno's the army of the Foundation. Right! When we were at the ship and then that Kraken appeared. Well, yeah, is a young Xeno member, etc. I see.
They
No,
have
wait.
to make contact with the island immediately.
Xeno is the aerial unit. Hello, Sophia. The mind sinks and floats in an ocean of lethargy. A piece of driftwood would be well timed. The wood dissolves into foam.
No! 37! Don't!
She wakes up on a cold piece of rock.
What happened?
On the universal application of the storm immunity, and from all departments, the experiment has made new progress. We will use the atmospheric asymmetrical nucleotide R to complete the storm immunity incantation for universal application. All personnel with computer programming experience and no specific duties should immediately assist Miss John Titor. Also, if anyone sees Researcher X, inform him to stop slacking off immediately. We need his inventions. A ritual, using Arcanum to steal electricity. Typical human thinking. It was suggested by Adler. His first real work in 8 years. God bless Franklin. What note says this? Oh, typical human thinking. Oh man. Encrypted record, #832. After a monotonous, constant noise, a response comes from the other end of the line. Let's listen to it. Regarding Xeno's request for assistance in establishing a dedicated communication line with the Timekeeper, we hope to understand the details. The exact content of the communication is a military secret. I cannot divulge the details. The Scientific Computing Center needs to understand the purpose of Xeno's establishment of communication to judge whether it is worth diverting manpower to build a dedicated line. Xeno's purpose is a military secret. I cannot divulge the details. Next, I will ask some simple questions. If you continue to answer with "I cannot divulge the details," I will take it as a sign of admission. Do you understand? I am not authorized to answer that question. Very well. Then, is Xeno preparing for a military operation against Manus Vindictae and therefore needs to establish communication with the Timekeeper for this purpose? I cannot divulge the details. Good. This operation will ensure the Timekeeper's safety then, won't it? I cannot divulge the details. This is an unconventional operation, isn't it? I cannot divulge the details. This operation was most likely inspired by the Pax Security Council, correct? We are soldiers. Soldiers act on orders, miss. Xeno then hung up the call. Numbers and everything. We're back to the island. Islander's dead. Sophia's here. Yeah, seems pretty normal to me. My guy just sent logarithm 2. No, that's not log 2. That's square root 2. If you had seen the Villa event, you would know about Xeno 2. They're like Peacekeeper of the World, UN. Is the UN really the Peacekeepers of the World? Like, not to get political. Are they really the Peacekeepers of the World? Hey, cease your illegal activities and war crimes immediately. Please, if you do not comply, I don't know, America's gonna get mad. You know what I mean? Pax Security Council is the council from Chapter 4, if you remember. I do remember that. Anyways, one moment. I need to go to the bathroom really quick. Boom, boom. Okay, recording's back. It's fine. Insight 1 is fine. Why? Is she a support? Because I remember her being a DPS. I don't remember her... Like, I know she has something support in her kit. Like her ultimate or something, but that's really it. Numbers and everything. Hearken and be warned. Because you are on Breezy. The smell of gunpowder hangs heavy in the air. The once magnificent columns are now reduced to rubble and irregular shapes. Blood rings in her ears, drowning out all the other sounds. Why?
I remember now. The island fell ill, and Six summoned all the integers to the cleansing ceremony. 37. She went to Apiron. They tended to their missions. I went to the square to pray for them, and then... there was an earthquake.
Warplanes thunder above, whipping up debris, and the girls' garments in their passing.
The human army? Wasn't the Foundation mediating the disputes? Did they betray us?
Calm now, Sophia. Your soul is imbalancing.
Calm down. I need to find the others. Slow down and breathe. Stability is an essential virtue to becoming an integer. Okay. Let's clean up the place first.
She places a hand on the brass ruler and at her waist, as poised as ever, begins to recite the incantation. Nothing happens. Nice.
The incantation didn't work? Did they fail to perform the cleansing ceremony?
She stands frozen for what seems like an eternity. Mentioned! Disoriented, sure, but then she notices a familiar figure in the distance.
Is that 42?
The man struggles to stand, rambling to the emptiness around him.
No one survives the oblivion.
Hold on, let me double check my internet. Okay, things seem to be running no problem. Or at least they should be.
His hysteria is acting up again. I should help.
Die, you lunatics! This is our land, right from the beginning!
When the smoke clears, 42 is gone.
No. No! Be calm. Be stable. Think.
Integers are the living example of virtues. I'm not reading the rest.
I have to go check on him. I can do this.
Everything is a number. Everything is a number. Everything is a number.
Stay calm. He is divided into two numbers. 6 and 7.
Yeah, good job describing his body right now.
I have to find the others. I have to tell them about 42. Sophia! What are you doing here?
She hears a recognizable voice among the ruins. Up on the hill, a woman raises her hand and calls to her.
Get to the shelter! Into that...
Boom.
Miss 18! No! I can't... This can't be happening.
Oh, she's dead.
I have to keep it together. Move. Sophia. Get to the cave. Find...
Quiet sob comes from the bushes. A child cowers in foliage, shaking in terror.
Sophia! It's okay. I got you. Come out now, Lacey. We will go find the others. I'm so scared. Everyone's gone crazy.
But then the child stares at her in a panic, hugging her knees even closer to her chest.
No, I don't want to see them. They will go crazy. Everyone.
A droplet of paint emerges on her face.
Your face.
But Lacey brushes her hand away. She turns around and runs deeper into the forest. It is the floating points behind Decimal which hinder truth.
Toward excess. This is wrong. I am the corrector. I have to help her, or she'd get herself killed. I have to right the wrongs here.
I don't know what's up with this chapter, but given how little we're speaking, we're going pretty slow. More erratic you are, faster you get. I think the storm is related to the mental state. Yeah, I can see that.
Handle it gently. Whose heart is beating so loud? Don't be so serious.
Try for free. Try for free.
I don't know. I don't think the game talks enough about the storm syndrome because it keeps changing, right? So I don't know what I'm talking about, Chief. Is this a remix of the Dwellers in a Cave soundtrack? It is. Now they have distorted faces.
Take it easy. I hear something.
What do you mean changing? The storm syndrome. Each storm is different now.
We've done a good job. Now, meh.
The world is warping, painted over with vibrant oil hues. Her headache is splitting. Each step feels like walking on lava.
Come on, Sophia. Keep yourself together. Keep your soul in balance.
She closes her eyes and breathes. The syndrome effects themselves are related to where the epicenter of the storm is and what was important to people of that era. Vienna is all about the art and emotions. I see. So when it happened in chapter 2 and 3, people just cared about money and gold, which is why they were eating it. I see. Lacey has gone out of sight. Only her sobs remain to haunt her mind. Something needs to be done.
37. I must find her. I promised it to her. She is going to be fine. She's a prime number. And prime numbers are not as divisible as the others. She will pass the test of Apiron and receive the transcendental truth. For she is the genius, the wise one, who returns. We will right the wrongs and restore things to how they were.
Because that is the salvation promised by the truth. But take heart, the race of man is also blessed with divinity, for nature has already revealed her secrets to them. Once you understand this blessing, you will easily achieve all that you set upon. You will heal your soul and be freed from evil and suffering. The golden Vertin. I can't read that. A ray of light breaks through the darkness.
Sophia, you really waited for me.
I hate how they always play the soundtrack when people are dying around them.
What happened to your clothes? Did you fall on your way here?
As always, she tilts her head curiously. She has not yet seen the chaos of war. She remains innocent, untouched by the dust of the phenomenal world.
37. I'm so glad to see you. You passed the test. You did it.
You seem emotional. Why? I told you it wasn't going to be difficult.
37. Things don't seem right out there.
Sophia desperately grabs 37's arms.
37, you have seen Apiron, right? You asked the question, didn't you?
37 blinks, too focused to spare a glance at the world outside, for she is busy sharing her findings with a close friend.
Yes, and I got the answer. The answer that will save us from the emanation once and for all. And the answer is...
It's a truth that transcends everything. The answer that will save everyone. The last and final hope. The moment she has been waiting for. Total chaos.
Is that it? The one true answer from Apiron is a string of numbers?
37 nods, having just recited the last number.
Yes, because the transcendental truth is beyond the limits of our mortal flesh. It cannot be described by words, seen by eyes, interpreted by logic, or perceived by the senses. It is passed to us in a form we can understand. Numbers. This is the key to the truth. Give me some time and I can decode it.
Warplanes still roam in the sky. Smoke still chokes the air. Her lungs burn with every breath she takes. Time is ticking and people are dying. Helplessly, mercilessly.
Time.
Keeper?
37. How long do you need?
A month or a week. I will spend all my time working on it. It is not an easy question. Could be the hardest one I've ever dealt with in my life. But I will get there, and then we will be freed from all these problems once and for all. Even if we don't know its meaning yet, it will eventually lead us to the kingdom of truth.
She stops her enthusiastic explanation and looks at her friend worriedly.
Sophia? Why are you crying?
Sophia looks up at her. Tears stream down her cheeks.
That long? 37. A truth that distant won't change. What's in front of us now?
She breaks free from her friend's grasp and races into the smoke and dust of the phenomenal world.
Sophia? Sophia!
17 hours left to the storm, so I don't blame Sophia for going a little crazy. She no longer knows why she's running. She no longer knows the purpose of her existence. She only knows of the wild fire sensation rising in her chest. Everything is a number.
No.
Is this the truth? Is this the answer?
Calm yourself, Sophia.
Even if the truth can keep people from the wheel of birth, what good is it for those already in it?
I have to.
You seem astray, child.
A detached figure looks on from the ruins of the beach, unperturbed by the chaos.
And sad. What pains you so? Has the truth not graced thee with its miracles?
Oh boy, who could have seen this? It's like an Instagram post I saw. That would not be the first nor second time the Instagram spoils me. Notification on designing a simplified balancing helmet. Prototypes of the balancing helmets developed by X have been distributed to each division to be used as afflatus balancing devices in the plan for mass production of the Storm Immunity Ritual. However, their structure is currently too complicated. Please start analyzing them immediately and simplify them to a mass-producible level. Also, since there are differences between the samples given to each group, there is no commonality in the related data, so each group must complete it independently. And due to the danger of the Storm Immunity experiment, do not privately test the reliability of the balance device outside. God, I hate X. Me too. We only have 16 hours else left. X's useless thingamabobs for a mass production? Question mark. This is insane. Why don't we just use the helmets directly? Make X work overtime to rush out the batch. The fork in the road. Once you enter the temple, there is no turning back. She looks around at the familiar island. The once pristine shores are now cluttered with debris from human weapons.
How did this happen? I passed the test. I was granted the truth. I have the answer with me. What did I do wrong?
You didn't
No,
do anything.
37. None of this was your fault. Hysteria has come to this island, and people are caught up in it. It is the storm syndrome, taking the form of war.
The mind is growing increasingly tense. The situation has gone far beyond expectations. 16 hours left?
Has it been 6 hours since we entered the cave? That strange dream. It lasted longer than I thought.
6 gave 2 hours to leave, and now 6 hours have gone by. But the islanders and the visitors are all too warped up in their own misery to notice.
This is bad. The plan we have with Zeno.
This objective is of the utmost importance. But where is the team now?
37. I have to go.
I have to find Sophia.
She dashes into the forest, desperately searching for any sign of her red-headed friend. Just as she goes further, a faint call stops
37.
her. Atticus!
6. You seem...
Sexy. The leader looks even paler than usual. His robe is in tatters, and his crown is covered with dirt. He rests his back against a broken pillar, gazing up at her.
Have you passed the test? On what question did you seek its knowledge? And what answer did it give you?
Stunned by everything she's been through, 37 recites the numbers for the 3rd time, still a little dazed. He listens intently and falls into a silence.
6. Weren't you going to perform the cleansing ceremony? And Sophia, she...
37 trails off as she notices the dark fluid seeping from his robe.
Please come up to me, Miss Verton. I wish to have a word with you.
His voice is gentle, but his expression is grave. Wait! What happened to Madame Besmert? I really hope she's fine. Thank you. That I haven't eaten in a few hours. I say a few, it's been 7 hours. So I'm pretty hungry, my bad. A gash runs across his stomach. His robe is soaked in crimson.
50 strides from here, on the semicircle square, you will find your friends and the rest of our people. I have done as much cleansing as I could. If nothing goes wrong, they will regain consciousness soon.
May I know what happened during the cleansing ceremony? 37 and I each had a bizarre dream after the earthquake. Did everyone on the island fall asleep too?
The island's order is forged by our faith. And now that faith has been broken, that is all there is to it.
What did you say?
Upon our arrival, I sensed a large-scale ritual surrounding the island. Is that the circle you kept talking about? Was it broken during the ceremony?
No, the ceremony was just a ceremony. It was never the source of our faith. Our journey was ended by the same thing that began it, Miss Verton.
He whispers softly without looking at 37.
Which is the truth.
The waves crash onto the shore, bringing debris from the plains with them.
It
It doth not surprise me. The wise, so blinded by their pursuit of knowledge, they oft neglect the harshness of reality. A common downfall of the contemplative. Pray tell, in the midst of such overwhelming destruction, where has their vaunted wisdom gone? And what good does it bring in this final hour? I can hear thy weeping and bellowing within, Miss Sophia. Many a time you have knelt at the temple of truth, devoted yourself, prayed for your people, and withstood the tribulations set upon you, all for the betterment of others.
So
Thy
their immunity
character is without reproach.
So their immunity is due to their faith. They are above the phenomenal world. Typical cult behavior. She lifts her hand, smiling, while the roar of warplanes persists.
Yet the truth has never deemed you worthy, has it?
And Arcana here wanted to disrupt that face because, as she said, no man should walk in the storm.
No, that's not.
She wants to leave, but her feet are rooted in sand. She wishes to defy, but her body refuses to budge. And where would she possibly go after all this?
You shall be granted a greater opportunity, a blessing that befits thy devotion.
GG, Sophia. Her unsettling tone causes the girl to instinctively step back.
No. That's a violation of the scripture. We shouldn't.
The scripture? Yet you were never truly counted as one of them. Do you not agree?
Oops.
As evidenced by the decision that truth hath made.
Oh no, God of Numbers answered in numbers? No way.
No one escapes their fate, as ever.
What? Square root of 2. That's her number.
I don't understand.
Her number. She threw in the ocean that 37 right, yep. She looks at Six, eyes wide in disbelief. He has just effectively declared that their faith is dead.
I know the answer given to Mama was right. The transcendental law is gone and the supreme existence is in chaos. This caused our model to fail and allowed the discord in the phenomenal world to affect the essence of things. But did the truth really fall apart? Chaos is also a form of truth, is it not? Just like how irrational numbers are numbers. Despite our dislike of them, they still exist and cannot be denied.
She steps forward, hoping for an answer.
But how? How did this become the destruction of our people's faith?
Six still does not look at her.
You will hear no answer from me, 37, for that is not the question worthy of your attention. Do you still remember what you answered to me in the cave?
She nods, holding back the whirlwind of questions in her mind. She kneels beside him and takes his hand in hers, gazing at him with intense focus. Her eyes are still glittering like the stars above, unaffected by the tumultuous waves below.
That would be enough then.
There's a hint of relief in his tone.
Don't waste your time on the collapse of the faith. Don't question yourself because others think differently. Walk on, onto the path you have chosen. You have done nothing wrong.
This is a lesson that takes time to understand, one that can't be grasped so quickly. She blinks softly, holding the lesson close to her heart.
Miss Vertin, I'm afraid I must trouble you for a favor.
He weakly places his hand over the wound, and a faint glow of his arcane power. But the glow lasts only a moment, like a shooting star disappearing into the night.
As you can see, I can hardly take part in this matter for any longer. Should the situation turn for the worse, please take 37 to safety and assist her in decoding the numbers.
You have my word.
It is a weighty request with unspoken implications. So does that mean Verton became the leader of the numbers? The leader nods, looking on to the distant sun. His empty blue eyes are getting dimmer by the minute.
We are born facing a choice. Either we restrain ourselves and strive for harmony and discipline, or succumb to destruction fueled by passion and madness. Though the former may be challenging, the latter will only plunge us into eternal darkness. From 1 to 10, each number has its moral purpose and mission. Among them, only 6 was chosen to be the leader.
Because 6 stands for balance.
Yes, we must pay heed to the balance between passion and reason, so as to stay on the right path and not be led astray by the calling of our blood. For generations, we committed ourselves to the scripture and stayed true to what we pledged. We left the trivialities and troubles of the phenomenal world behind and served the supreme existence with the fruits of our knowledge. This kind of faith was how the island prospered, and it was the source of our salvation. Through diligent practice and contemplation, we managed to remain secluded and independent from the rest of the world.
The irrational numbers that your people rarely appreciate, are they faced with a different path? A path
of madness. The leader nods slightly, acknowledging her speculation.
We have been long isolated from the outside world by one emanation after another. 4 years ago, we tried to seek proof in the outside world, but failed. We regrettably lost some of our best scholars and friends in the process. However, it was not the failed attempt that led to this upsetting situation, but a crisis from within. Now with our ship capsized and our scale fallen, I am no longer able to reconcile the tilt of people's hearts and souls. We will be divided. The fanatics from the foreign lands can finally spread their hatred amongst the ruins of our shattered beliefs.
I will stop Manus Vindicte.
6 closes his eyes. His face is now as pale as the pillar behind him.
Forget not your promise, Miss Verton.
Forget me not. Footsteps approach from the distance. 6 recognizes them. They are the fractions who weren't taken to the cleansing ceremony, and the apprentices still seeking their numbers, but they're dressed completely differently now.
6. We came to bid you farewell. Everything happened here proves you to be an incapable leader. Your preachings of moderation and reconciliation were nothing but excuses for cowardice.
He's speaking like a robot, man.
Where were you when the humans dropped bombs on us? What did your cleansing do to help us? If those virtues are meant to be the virtues of an integer, then I would prefer to be a fraction.
Please listen. The integers were unconscious during the attack because the ceremony was...
Out of my way, 37. You knew nothing about what happened. You were in that cave having fun with your little games. The envoy from Manus Vindicte was right. We have grown too complacent on the island and have forgotten how to fight. We foolishly believed that staying out of conflicts would guarantee us everlasting peace. Now, open your eyes to the humans' atrocities against us. How can we not seek revenge for our spilled blood? We must act and reclaim what was taken from ours. That is the true meaning of salvation.
You know, I agree that you must reclaim what was taken from you, but don't claim that that's the true meaning of salvation. You know? Their anger continues to escalate. 37 shakes her head firmly, refusing to back down.
It is true that I was absent earlier, but please listen to me. Everything will get better because I already have the truth with me.
The truth? What good will it do right now? Will it drive out the humans? Will it reclaim our home? Will it bring back our deceased friends?
The man recites an incantation, a simple spell derived from the truth that anyone in Apiron could cast on their first day. But now that their faith has crumbled, the radiance is no longer there.
What salvation did your truth bring when steel pierced our chests? Manus Vindicte granted us the power to fight back. What did the Foundation do?
One angry question after another, sticky, slimy fluid seeped through their masks.
Don't waste your time with these integers. The Foundation's envoy is here. It is clear they have taken the side of the humans. Kill the envoy, cut off her head, and bring it to our mother.
What? You...
The mask has robbed them of reason. There's no point in talking further. Take 6 to safety, 37. I'm the one they are after.
Then how are you going to...
I will meet with Sinetta at the square. Miss Radio is with them, and we will contact our people from there. Don't worry. We had a plan against the Manus, and we can still carry it out. Now, on my mark, run!
Anyone offer your seat to the senior?
Not a big fan of
Handle it gently.
Six kinda eating the dust right there.
Easy.
What's the car just beating so loud?
Hey.
Bonk. Gun. Alright. You know, how did he fight back using... How did they fight back using that spell? Shouldn't they take out a gun or something? Their faith was shattered or something, no?
Take it easy.
Of course he can't die. We have him as a character. Arknights, logic.
I hear something.
Handle it gently.
They use Manus rituals now. My bad. It looked like a shape, but then again, everything is a shape in this game. No, I don't see any trials. Well, isn't this just Manus Sophia? A Greek tragedy. Thus people make the choices they ought to make and walk the paths they ought to walk. The world is a door. 1,000 ruins, desolate and cold, for those who have lost. What you have lost are long in the void. Vereinsamt by Friedrich Nietzsche. Oh no, is that the name of the chapter? Ain't no way. Peak. Chapter drop. The flames of war rage along the shore. Humans, Manus Vindicte, and the Piran believers all consumed by madness. The paints from their storm syndrome have bled into the sea, creating a distorted mixture of colors. The flash of artillery and the glow of Arcanum collide. Dead, infected sea creatures littered the shore, like a tableau of an abstract painting.
Where are you going, 37?
Madame Besmert! They call her Marta, but I believe she is Besmert. The slightless woman inquires with concern. Under her care, the leader's bleeding has finally ceased.
Please take care of 6 for me, Madame Marta. I have to go find Sophia.
So wait, did Notes of Shori take place after main story? I assume Besmert joins the Foundation, goes on a trip with Yenisei, and then Yenisei joins us. There's no way this happens before the event. Not caring about anything else, she runs into the smoke. Gunfire and explosions fill the air. The angry battle cries of former Apiron believers, now in Manus satire, echo in all directions. All the events are after. I think only the Villa Pickles are during the main story or before. pair of hands reaches out to her.
Are you alright, 37? Can you get on your feet?
Sophia!
Finally, the voice she's been searching for fills her with relief. She happily reaches for the hands, but stops abruptly, uncertain. Oops.
Did you change your clothes?
And there you have it. The spoiler from the Instagram account. She pushes down the cacophony of emotions swelling inside her. Where to begin?
I have found my number, 37. Your calculation was correct. As always.
You found it!
She accepts the news without hesitation, her face lighting up with genuine smile.
I always wanted to tell you. It is a great number. The number of a herald, prophet, and pioneer. When it was first discovered, mathematics was nearly destroyed. But luckily, it also spurred advancements in the field.
No idea. I wish I knew. Oops. She stops, no longer rambling on about numbers, and sincerely gazes into her friend's emerald eyes.
Are we still friends, Sophia?
Sophia smiles, smiling that she's still the same, even now. She knows so much yet knows so little.
Yes, 37. We still are, but there are more important matters I must tend to.
A bomber howls over their heads, the pilot laughing hysterically. The plane is covered in thick layers of paint, its wings curled and twisted.
This is ours! The land we discovered!
The pilot has spotted the two targets on the barren rocks below, with two explosives prepared for release. Sophia does not flinch or retreat, instead her fingers wrap gently around the tiny idol. The bomber detonates in the sky, taking the young pilot with it.
Sophia, your power and your luck.
I must leave now, 37. Lady Arcana has shown me another path.
No! No! Why are you leaving too? Is it because our circle has been broken? But I found the truth. I have the final solution. Just give me a little more time and everything will be fine again, I promise.
Silence. She closes her eyes. The scripture still lingers in her mind. There are three kinds of people who come to the Olympic Games. The lowest class is made up of those who came to buy and sell. The next above them are those who came to compete. The most esteemed, however, are those who came to look on. Who cares about the Olympics, though? Only these wise pursuers of knowledge may release themselves from the wheel of birth.
You and I are different, 37.
Depression 1999.
Not all of us have the privilege to look on from the sidelines.
She clenches the tiny idol. A thick tar-like substance seeps out from her body. In an instant, the bombers are wiped out completely.
Sophia, you...
She can't prolong the inevitable any longer. She knows that. This is the last thing she wants.
I will join Manus Vindicte, take others with me, and leave. I will renounce the scripture and seek vengeance in the phenomenal world. Make your move, 37.
Tears roll down her eyes.
If you really are the genius who can overcome anything, prove it to me. Stop me. Transcend me. Defeat me. Crush me to dust.
So we're fighting Sophia right now? Well, let's see what I can do. I'm not expecting much out of myself. Do I
You're
even...
Of course you are. Because this place is the origin.
Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna have enough dust. Can I? Hold on.
When we travel on these weak arms always slow me down
Let's
whenever I
claim
need to climb on the journey.
this. Just a little bit of dust right there. We're not gonna check that. Can we check the bank? Pawn shop? No. No. What am I looking for here? Where was the thing where you can buy dust? Limited shop. I can buy a necrologist or an axe, which I don't want in particular. You can't buy dust here. You are poor, of course. Could buy dust here, but I don't think you want to be using these. Let's see. A bit of dust here. Oh, all we need is insight 1, man. That is all we need. Bonk. Bonk. Well, we're up to 7,000.
Good. Very well. When we travel on the tundra, the sleet is the last
There are
thing
gift
we would
codes.
like to
I've
see.
never claimed them. I
the
forgot.
muddy snow water would be mixed with root pieces. And
Alright, there you
You're
are.
back. Of course you are.
One more.
Because this...
Well, I guess we're gonna autoplay a game. My apologies. Yep.
Finally, some interesting work.
Fire given by metal. Where do you claim that?
Agents have none.
Bonk.
It's called common sense. How dare you?
The lived suffering.
A little bit hot here.
Yeah, but where do you claim those?
Flying handbags at only 3,000 turpidontes. I'm the support staff. Try for free. Try for free.
Settings?
So long lives this. Don't be
Alright, we're gonna finish this and check it. How did they even get these codes? I remember reading about it. Or, you told me about it, rather. Did I have a Oh yeah, I was bond farming Matilda in this. Here she is. I was looking at the chat so I couldn't see Matilda.
when we travel on the tundra, the sleet is the last thing we would like to see.
This one, exchange code reward. Alright. Fire given by metal. Boom. Hold on. Cannot use this service. Okay. The lived stuff. Remove spaces? Where? Oh. How did you even notice that? Am I just stupid? Tab. Prepare for the trip. Alright. Fearless challenge. Control C, Control V, boom boom. I thank you for granting me emergency money. Alright, oops.
Your visit.
You're back.
Bonk.
Of course you are.
Huh. Give me one moment. I may be poor, but I'm not stupid.
Anyone offer your seat to the senior?
Yeah, let's do it manually. Who cares?
Take it easy.
I hear something.
Should be low level.
Talking out.
You have Vereinsamt, you can use
Try
that.
for free.
Don't know. I'll use it in the future.
Agents have gone.
Gun.
It's called common sense.
I have this bad habit where I just wait until the quote-unquote right time to use something. I end up never using it.
So long lives this, and this gives power to thee.
A little bit hot here.
I noticed the warehouse top for suggestions where to get it.
Stay low profile.
Kinda don't want to overwrite detail. Not yet. Okay. Boom.
When we travel
Boom.
on the tundra, the sleet is the...
You're back.
Of course you are. The next quadrant.
I'm not reading all that. Let's just spam some levels. And we're done. Alright. Should be enough. Should be enough. Vereinsamt. Okay.
And now, I belong to this set.
Ah, we brought everyone anyways.
Why, Sophia? Why must we fight each other?
This was preordained.
By fate?
I am an irrational number. An obstacle in the pursuit of truth. I have accepted my fate, abandoned my scriptures, and embraced the path I should have chosen. Let neither side hold back, 37.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm gonna go fight my ally. Don't hold back. Okay. Let's use this. I'm just gonna flick. We're just gonna attack with nothing but 37. That's an AoE attack, except, where's the AoE? Hands. Oh, she's stacking that Moxie up very quickly. So you're wondering, why am I doing all this? It's so that when we randomize the cards, 37 gets more. I think we don't mind Leilani attacking. She's low level. No, wait, she's inside too. This is gonna hit hard. Oh no! I kind of forgot Insight 2 is a little... It's a little funny. It's a little funny. Okay. We got 37, 37. Boom, boom.
Are you irrational numbers?
Yeah, she is an irrational number, actually. One more Eureka, and we're there. Big shield. Randomize cards. There you go.
It could be found.
Are you material? You are mental.
Oh? Welcome to the world.
I don't think it matters. My bad. I read your text after using the skills. Bonk. Not enough damage at all. Why is she counterattacking? Lads, our team is kind of taking damage. Okay, we lost 37. Well, how many attacks? Well, I guess we're gonna delete her in this one attack. I wonder which one. Care to guess which one? Oh.
We should listen to what people say.
Prom.
It be what it be.
Always hide in careless words.
Mental boon been kicking. What does mental boon even mean?
No! This is wrong! Stay low profile.
The explosions have finally ceased. The plane rests alongside the geometric bodies in the sea, sinking into an everlasting sleep. The roars of battle are no more. All that remains is the crashing of the waves against the shore.
Why? Why did you spare me, 37? Why did you show mercy? You weren't supposed to!
The battle ended quickly. 37's geometric brilliance has left only a tear on her friend's robe.
Because I don't want to fight you, Sophia! Why? Why do we have to do this?
Her voice is filled with anguish. Bad time for this soundtrack. Sophia looks down in long silence. Then she gently shakes her head.
I'm sorry, 37. I have gone beyond reason. I must have been out of my mind to make you fight me. Your hands were never meant for violence. They were meant for upholding the truth. As for me, I'm the one who clears the dust off the path, as fate foretold. Goodbye, my beloved friend.
My neck looks fine. She no longer wavers or looks back. Her shoulders tremble, but she strides towards the Manus with determination.
It is time. Please clean up the beach as quickly as possible. We will depart soon, as Lady Arcana has instructed.
Miss Sophia!
One second. Yeah, I can see your message. Hold on. The bitrate fell off. Huh. Alright. Are we back? Okay, we can. Nice. Yeah, the bitrate fell off for some reason, but it's back. The team is finally reunited. Senato arrives, last heaving from trying to catch up to the scene. She had her own battles elsewhere on the island. The strange dream has taken its toll on her. Now she is holding her pen, silently questioning Sophia with a piercing stare. Why?
We all have our own purpose to fulfill, Miss Sonetto.
She walks right past her.
I will not fight you this time. But I will draw steel the next we meet.
The new numbers of the Manus Vindictae have left her. They did clean up the beach. Every trace of humanity has been wiped clean. Only rock and metal debris remain on the beach.
I don't understand any of this.
She slumps to the ground and stares blankly into the distance.
The truth transcends all and is above all trivial matters of a phenomenal world. It guides us to enlightenment and protects us from evil and misfortune. Does it not? This is what I have always believed, so I went seeking for it. It is finally in my hands. But now...
2.2, I guess. "37 buries her face between her knees, on the verge of sobbing.
What went wrong? Was it my fault? Isn't this how the truth is supposed to work?
It is not an easy question for an off-island visitor to answer. However, one thing is for
The
certain.
truth has not abandoned you, 37. You haven't used the key yet, have you? It is still coded.
The key...
37 is helped up from the ground.
Lilia has verified Arcana's location. She is still on this island. We still have a chance to stop her, before it's truly too late.
1 hour has passed.
We should go now, Sonetto. We have 15 more hours until the storm.
I am the storm that is approaching, provoking Black Clouds in isolation. Speaking of the storm, why do they still refer to it in quotations? Like, we've been using this word the entire series and it's still in quotations. A trial in the forest. Omens of fate hidden between the lines. Read, a voice says, the moment of choice has arrived. A fate has been forged for this purpose. A maxim, a preconception, A deliberate contemplation, a step taken, believed to be a choice. The woodland is older than all within it, through passion or reason. Travelers grope and stumble through the branches, or silently tread the narrow path, or choose to turn away, stepping onto the subtle unknown. Read the voice urges, if now, without pursuit, close to truth, yet let go. Then never before had it been. Step forward, so they say. Before the tale is told, all is decided. Merchants, competitors, mortals, and heroes. And as the feast begins, how shall they fade away? And those outside, for whom the time I'm having a stroke. For whom the time they've made has not yet come. Those who deem themselves transcendent are merely not in this procession. A homage paid. Arcana. A multitude of hands overlap to salute the one and only guide.
We've got signal. Zeno has restored communications with Team Timekeeper.
Very well. We will leave you to it.
She sighs with relief, but before she hangs up she has one more question.
Just to confirm before we go, the operation Zeno is currently undertaking has been approved by the PAC Security Council.
The internal call falls silent as if the question is too absurd to answer.
Certainly, miss. We are soldiers. Soldiers act on orders.
This is the only part of the island untouched by war, where the foliage is thriving and the view is stunning. I don't know about you, Chief. The things over here don't really look,
I am most pleased to see you.
Untouched.
Had you a pleasant stay on this island, Ms. Vertin?
She turns around, a smile gracing her face.
Are they not an intriguing flock of people? Their wise ones drew a circle at their feet and declared themselves apart from this realm. For generations untold, they toiled as diligent ants in service of the circle, adoring and venerating it, while shielding themselves from insanity's call. I take immense pleasure in admiring this wondrous figure, the primordial, eternal, immaculate circle. The more pity that it was etched upon sand.
Below, the bombed-out beach is in a state of disarray.
I disagree. The fragility and impermanence of sand is precisely why people strive for something eternal. Believing in perfection is not a flaw. I noticed the human aircrafts were loaded with weapons, not from this era. Did Manus Vindictae provide them with the technology?
Arcana smiles, the silence confirming the disturbing revelation.
I can't fathom your motives. If you came here to incite hatred and recruit the pure-blood arcanists on this island, you may now walk away with satisfaction. If you wanted to take the island as one of your bases, you could have done so after the cleansing ceremony failed. But you did nothing. You just stood there. Why?
Without rhyme or reason, she laughs.
Do you struggle to comprehend, sweet Vertin? I was waiting for you.
Senator and Lilia take a step forward.
Enough talk, Vertin. It's time for action.
Mind your distance. Arcana has power over people's minds at a close range.
A pity.
She raises her arm, the stone bangle still intact on her wrist. The next moment it slides off and falls onto the grass, dissolving into thin air.
I did wish to keep this bangle. Mine and yours, a pair in perfect match. How will you remove yours, Vertin?
The bangle burns a reminder of those who still believe in the teachings of truth in the Piran, and those who remained until the end of the cleansing ceremony. The symbol of faith remains true to its purpose. The peace agreement is still in effect.
What? The island's been blasted to smithereens. How come the bangle still has its power? What is it made of?
Don't worry, Regulus. We have foreseen this.
The chief's assistant shows no sign of worry.
When we first arrived, I was bewildered by the rules on this island. But as I learned more about their scriptures, things began to make sense. Language is an unreliable means of communication. Information can become muddled and vague wording can lead to mistakes and contradictions. That's why the island values math as a more precise and truthful language. They mock language for its ambiguity, scorn its flaws, and ruthlessly expose its inconsistencies, like they did during that debate. The pact on this bangle is of a similar nature.
I see. It forbids us from actively attacking, but what is considered an attack? The rule maker did not specify that.
An act without the intent to attack will not be seen as an attack.
Nay, me with my 12-inch grenade thrown at the enemy. Not an attack. I was just testing its firepower.
That is the unspoken rule of the peace agreement.
An adorable attempt. Are you truly prepared to gamble the life of thy sworn companion, little pup of the Foundation?
Behind her, an unidentifiable form materializes. Senator shakes her head. Her wand remains steady.
I will not make the same mistake again, Miss Arcana. I know perfectly well what I'm doing. Your provocations will not work on me. For the peace of this world, I will stop you.
The wand radiates an intense brilliance. She used a more intense version of her spell. Ain't no way. Beginning of the end. Deployment start. Okay. Sure. We have supporters over here. The eye catcher. Okay.
Now, Burton. Show me how you have changed since last we met.
The battlefield. It transformed.
My net did a hiccup. Is the stream still active though? Seems like we're active.
Anyone offer your seat to senior?
Buff, debuff, a classic. Damage taken minus. That's okay. Actually, I will buff.
I believe in you.
Flick, boom, boom.
I get it completely. So long lives this, and this gives power to thee.
Absolutely no damage from Leilani, but she's not here for damage. She will bleed a lot though. Maybe we should have used the woman herself, the myth, the legend, the healer. Do I really want to use this for its damage?
Whose heart is beating so loud? Handle it gently.
I hear something.
Bonk.
Talking out calms people down. My child.
So next turn we use Eternity's ultimate just to wipe this crowd. We're stacking a lot of poison though.
Retreat. What? Can't make the call. Bloody prom.
Done.
Whose heart is beating so loud?
Actually, maybe
Handle it, bloody
this
prom.
is better. I don't know.
I hear something.
Buff with Soneto.
Take it.
No.
My sword sharp.
Bloody take it easy.
There we go.
I hear something. I know the moon, and this is an alien city.
The ocean dried and I'm alone again.
So if we unlock Regulus, does she become a unit? Or is she like, oh, I just give you stats? I mean, we'll find out eventually. No point asking. Give you Moxie. Give you more Moxie. I mean, we don't need this card, but just in case. Bonk. She's gonna die. No, she becomes a special power you activate. You will see her icon on the right side during battle. Good to know.
The world I have never seen before.
Well, we're gonna wait for a Bucorn Bloom debuff card before we use her ultimate.
Each moment, now night.
Barely any damage there, unfortunately.
Try for free.
We're gonna randomize the cards.
I'm the support staff.
Don't be so hard.
No duplicates. Yep. We're gonna use you. Boom. Boom. Delete the one with most HP. And then use Eternity AoE.
Talking out calms people down. Secrets always hide in careless words.
We might have to use our good old healer, you know. Yenny Say. Never thought I'd use her.
Handle it gently.
We could go for a disarm, but I think it's gonna take too long.
Radio waves are everywhere. Everywhere.
Alright.
Finally got rid of them. Now, how am I going to deal with this?
I will pray for you.
So I assume that was Regulus's fight. And now we're gonna go to Lilia's fight.
You have made new friends, aye. Have they changed you? Perhaps it's time you met my old friends. Come, they await thy greetings.
Forget me not?
Timekeeper! Arcana has disappeared, and monsters are pouring out of the portal she created.
Huh? She's running away! Oh, that was quite the grand escape. No, I can sense her. She's still there, looking down at us through that portal. She's waiting for something. Everyone, it's almost time. Xeno will start any minute. We need to complete our preparations as planned and force Arcana to show up.
Are we just gonna Gatling gun her from the sky?
Easy. If we finish off all her minions, there's no way she'll just stand by and watch. The big guy up there is mine. You deal with the rest. Trying to gain air supremacy? Not under my watch. I'll send that outdated hunk of scrap metal crashing to the bottom of the ocean.
Okay. Who's... I assume these are yours. Alrighty, where are you? There you go.
Пожалуйста, пропустите меня.
Finally, some interesting work.
Ideally, we start with an ultimate. What do you do? Every 4 rounds, Regulus can attack all enemies and make her allies dull. Okay.
A sword sharp.
Whose heart is beating so loud?
And take it easy.
So
What do you mean? The units we saw. Melania, the level 20 supports.
Try for free. Try for free.
The Insight 3. Alright. We're stacking some Moxie here. Should I disarm here? Okay. We're gonna disarm, or at least go for it.
I believe in you.
What do you do? Okay, that's also good. Get more Moxie on our Bucorn Bloom. Only time you can use friend units is roguelike mode. Then I saw some assist characters there. I think the game gives you free assist characters to use to make it easier. Fair enough. I mean, I definitely see. They did introduce Breeze mode and suddenly Breeze mode isn't here, so makes sense. Randomize cards, get... Do I want to Mox? I'll use it, who cares. Boom. Boom.
Take it easy.
Boom.
Handle it gently.
Boom.
I hear something.
Talking out calms people down.
Hey! My child, here's something fun for you.
When I look at the bar above, it's taking damage, but when I look at the bar here, it's not taking damage.
It's alright.
Are those things healing it? Why is it healing so much? Hello? There we go. Huh. Damage heal plus 100. So it's life stealing. I see. We're gonna heal up Eternity
I believe in you.
and go for more.
The turbulence arrives.
Probably should have used Soneto's buff. Well, doesn't matter. She's not a main DPS anyways. She killed the side guy, which is good. Disarm. And we gun. I mean, not gun. Eternity. Reduces damage dealt. Actually, let's buff here.
Handle it gently.
So long lives this, and this gives power to thee.
This should give us Bucorn Bloom ultimate, and then we can just burst him next turn, I hope.
Hey!
Bonk. 5k damage, right? Let's see. 2,000, so he heals half. No, he heals all of the damage he deals. Okay, I see how it is.
That's the direction. Talking out calms people down.
Alright.
Always hide in careless words.
Wait! Did they change the skin ultimate?
Dried and I'm alone again.
It's green! I don't know, man.
Space cleared. Preparing now.
It got updated. No, I didn't notice that until now.
We've done a good job. Nou, may I have a hand towel?
I mean, feels weird that it's green. Given the color scheme, I thought it would have been red or something.
Just like the battle simulations, I will not allow the tragedy in Chicago to happen again. Timekeeper, it's time I showed you what my training's been for.
I thank you.
May the peace be with us.
It's puppy fight. Don't like that this HP bar is the caster. Oh right, cast ultimate. This is the forget me not boss.
Take it easy.
Actually, let's reduce damage taken.
Whose heart is beating so loud?
Handle it gently. Take it easy.
So long
We forgot to bring any say. Oh no, this is gonna be bad. I remember this boss has a lot of AoE attacks.
A little bit hot here.
Oh, we are barely doing damage to it. Honestly, we're not taking as much damage as I expected. What does that mean? The caster's attack gain Moxie. Hello? Okay. We don't have an Eternity card, so we can't get her ultimate. Why not try some assist characters? Sure. We can try that. Where is the thing? This here? Yep. So you replace with Yenisei. Boom.
Пожалуйста, пропустите меня.
I mean, I kind of want to use Soneto because this boss fight is meant for Soneto. Sure. Melania. Or Lilia. I've never used Lilia ever. Her ultimate is the slice and dice. So
No wingman is needed.
May the flow take their souls to the sea in the north.
Buff.
Sword sharp.
Wanna watch the time?
Take it easy.
I know the moon.
We're gonna try to get some Lilia ultimates.
Right wing.
I remember her ultimate animation. I just need to see it again. Did she just extra attack?
For only 3,000 sacred aunties.
Hold on. I didn't even notice they have an extra attack. Interesting. Interesting. Gonna do this for Moxie.
Wonder what kind.
Sure.
Handle it gently.
Her attack.
Right wing.
Oh, so she crits, she does a follow. Nice.
A
Good
little
to know.
trick.
Good to know. Except, how many follow-up attacks are there? Because I remember Bloom's thing, the Psych Cube, increases your follow-up attack or extra attacks, which is weird because Bloom doesn't have an extra attack. We can heal you up. I'm gonna use this just to get more Yenisei Moxie. Actually, wait. Here's what we do. Buff, heal, this, that. Unfortunately, it doesn't give us disarm, because of course the enemy is
The turbulence
that.
arrives.
Lucy has follow-ups, Giyu is all about follow-ups. Yeah, but like, I'm confused, because Bloom's artifact, Psycube I mean, came before these characters. Why not? Why don't first year or unreleased characters have those follow-up attacks?
Wanna watch the aerial stunts?
That's the direction.
We heal up ourselves. Actually, wait. We're about to take a lot of damage, so this is for damage reduction. Heal up ourselves. Get our ultimate here. I don't think this debuff is gonna do anything, so we're gonna try it.
I know the moon, and this is an alien city.
Well, Lilia is year one. I know, but like aside of Lilia, how many follow-up characters are there? Because again, they made Bloom
Prepared to be
Psycube give an extra, bonus damage to follow-up attacks. But like, I can't think of many follow-up attack characters. Like, on release, you know what I mean? Like, Lucy and Geonoxy came after the Bloom artifact or thing. So what do? Every 4 rounds? Alright. We use our ultimate, because why not? Drop a tactical nuke! Okay, do we have... We do have a buff. Alright. Maybe lower star, I don't use it. I don't know, I don't use it.
Each moment,
Fair enough.
now night.
But like, why use Bloom's face if Bloom doesn't have an extra or follow-up attack?
The direction of fate is decided.
Swallow my exhaust.
Should kill him. There we go.
Timekeeper, I've defeated the enemy. Beginning preparations now.
I will pray for you. Sorry.
At the start of each round increases time, keepers Moxie to the max. This poem is unfinished and unnamed, but it is genuine. I'm a big fan of Senato. Well, I'm not sure what Psycube you mean. Do you have a name? Let's see if I have it. I'm pretty sure I have it.
Timekeeper, the first preparation stage is complete.
I'm pressing on screen. Am I lagging?
Great. Next, we destroy the portal.
Marvelous, Burton. You have put on a magnificent performance. As a gesture of gratitude, I shall bestow unto you these gifts.
She just showed up of her own volition. No, something's not right. The arcane skill in that portal is fluctuating strangely.
She's casting a ritual. Vertin, retreat!
No time to think.
Alright. Let's go check. This is it. The carrier takes an extra action damage dealt plus 12% Genesis damage through extra actions plus 10%. Like, I don't know, man. Well, it has Bloom on it. I would have expected something like, oh, when enemy debuffed, damage dealt, boom. Or when enemy debuffed, Moxie, or not Moxie, increases ultimate damage by a lot. Or when enemy debuffed, penetrate. You know, stuff like that. Yeah, I don't know, man. You have the face of Bloom here. Doesn't it make more sense to have Bloom acting up? Like, I don't know, man. That's the thing. Bucorn Bloom can't use this. It's pissing me off. Why does she have Spathadio? Okay. You can take this. You... Never mind, we're gonna bring the NAC here.
Пожалуйста, пропустите меня.
I'm gonna replace you with Melania.
Wait. Give me 10 more minutes.
What is this? It has more hands than all the members of a band combined.
Oops. Just shut the game somehow.
Timekeeper, there's a gigantic creature emerging from the portal. We must complete stage 2 as soon as possible.
We better finish it off before we start stage 3.
Copy that. This is a critical moment. Everyone stay alert and await my command.
May the flow take their souls to the sea in the north.
Timekeeper, please allow me to assist you.
Yeah, your voice got muffled at the end there, Sonato. The Guiding One's Harbinger takes reduced damage from attacks of non-stronger afflatus, and changes its afflatus to the same as the source of the damage. Plan your attack sequence wisely. The Guiding One's Harbinger gains Menace at the end of its round. When taking attacks from a non-stronger afflatus, or when its HP is lost during an attack, on reaching 100% Menace, it immediately unleashes its ultimate attack. Oh, we're already using that. Okay. So, the correct order would be to attack with Melania, and then attack with Eternity, because we get bonus damage that way. And then we attack with Melania, which actually, no. Let me think. This into this.
Handle it gently.
Into... but this will do reduced damage now. Sure. This means our Eternity can attack next turn. Bunk, bunk, bunk. Now it should be fire.
Is this creature changing its afflatus to match that of its attacker?
Ha! A mimic strategy. Clever. But we can also use it to our advantage. Everyone, rotate your arcane skills. Make sure we always have the stronger afflatus. Let's teach it a lesson in improvisation.
6 Psycube has X-Face on it. Maybe they just care more about the lore of the Psycube. I don't know, man. I think face means should be better suited for this character, you know what I mean?
Child, here's something fun for you.
You have Bucorn Bloom on the face, yet Bucorn Bloom can't use it straight up. Sad, really.
Don't be so hard.
Alright. Let's randomize. We can buff our card here. Boom.
Take it easy.
Kick. I think we want to preserve the kick now. Yeah, the stack steals Moxie, so what we're gonna do is this.
Handle it gently.
This.
Take it easy.
Into this, sure.
My child, here's something fun for you. Hey.
Bunk. Yenise gets her free Moxie. Should be 2 Moxie, actually. There we go. Now we can heal with... actually, do we heal? This, into kick. I mean, enemy has no Moxie, so what's the point? Into this.
Gently.
So long lives this, and this gives power to thee.
Look, an earth suspended river.
Bonk, bonk, bonk. Yeah, but it doesn't matter. Enemy doesn't have any Moxie in the first place. Is what I'm thinking. Enemy hits Melania for increased damage. And summons, I
Timekeeper,
think.
the enemy's ritual has altered the environment. Please be careful.
I don't want to heal because Eternity's about to heal up. So we're gonna AoE. This AoE again?
Easy.
What does she say when she uses that skill? Oh man. It always sounds like she's doing the clown sound, you know?
Conventional choice.
A little bit hot here.
Sound is getting more intense. In game. We're taking a lot of damage here, but it's should be manageable with Yenisei. We just need to use her ultimate soon. We can dodge the next attacks too.
Let's rock and roll, everyone! It's showtime! Are you ready to shake? Woohoo! Release!
We could drop a nuke at the enemy. Well, it doesn't matter too much now. We have a lot of Senato cards. Let's heal up Melania. Use her ultimate. Then Eternity's ultimate for more damage. I think we increase damage, actually. Boom, 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 boom.
Easy.
Next turn we nuke with Lilia and we kill.
Time waits for no one, even for a great people.
Am I the only one who thinks she's not doing as much damage? Could be the Afflatus, honestly. Could be the Afflatus. We dodge that. We dodge that. And we dodge that. I'm thinking we drop a tactical nuke.
Take cover. I'll send it back into outer space.
Enemies should use ultimate, maybe. We are at the correct HP threshold. Never mind, we just AoE stunned. Randomized cards. We got a heal right there. Is Senato giving us 99 Moxie every turn or something? Yeah, she is. Who needs a heal? Yenisei herself, actually. Kick. Into this. Into kick.
The turbulence arrives.
Flying handbag for only 3,000.
Am I the only one who... she's stunned. She's not changing her elements. She's about to ultimate. She's at 120% menace.
The flood is coming.
Yeah, I'm just gonna use this. Thank you very much, Senato.
That's the direction.
Oops.
The flood is coming.
We almost did a oopsie right there.
Easy.
Heal up Eternity. Try to kill the guy in the back, maybe.
The direction of fate is decided.
This is just in case we get hit by the Menace ultimate.
For only 3,000 silver aunties.
Look, an earth suspended river.
Try for free. Try for free.
Alright, enemy should Moxie us now. We still took a lot of damage somehow. Interesting. Did I just forget to use this card? We lost Eternity? Really? What the hell? That thing healed her as well. What the... How am I supposed to deal with this? We needed some ultimates right there. What? Huh. Fate kinda gave me bad cards. Yeah, I think we...
That's the direction. A clear vision. My sword sharp.
Problem is, we can't really debuff enemy. We can't disarm or something. What was that Yenisei damage? What was that Yenisei damage? Hey, hold on. Maybe we're not lost yet. Oh, Yenisei lives. We can dodge next attack. Okay, we're good. Doesn't do damage, but we dodge, so we're alive. We can't buff. Okay, let's do this then. We lost a lot of cards because we only have 2 units. This should clutch. I mean, Yenisei does a lot of damage. Look at that.
The creature is defeated and Arcana has emerged once again. Timekeeper, stage 2 is complete.
Cool. Now we just have to activate it. No, things are going too well. Like this has been rehearsed. What on earth is she trying to do?
There's no time, Vertin!
She's trying to wipe
We've put
Xeno.
too much time and effort into this plan to not carry it out now. Sonetto, Lilia, Regulus, assume your position. It's time to enact the final stage.
I will pray for you. Sorry.
They're giving us free dust. They knew what happened earlier. We're at question mark, question mark, question mark. The ship sways gently in the waves. It is set for a new world and there is no turning back. She hasn't spoken a word since they sailed. The situation is final and the board is set. There's nothing for her to do but to stay silent.
Miss Sophia, is the guiding one really not coming with us? She
doesn't answer, absent-mindedly caressing the tiny idol. She still remembers the moment she received it.
Are you saying?
Fret not, my child. You heard me true. I shall die today.
Timekeeper, location Alpha is ready for the ritual.
Location Beta, ready.
Mr. Apple and I are ready.
Good.
This is not a preparation for an attack. At least, not for an attack here.
Requesting to use the advanced arcane skill Afaroy Around, number 000262603100008, to teleport a top priority threat to the Parmenides base.
The glow of the ritual envelops Arcana.
Loosen up and enjoy the ride. Прощай.
Launch sequence initiated. Starting countdown. 30, 29, 28.
The target has not reached the designated location. I repeat, the target has...
15, 14, 13.
Large-scale arcane ritual detected. Afaroy around, verified. Life signal detected. Target is in position. Initiating detonation.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oppenheimer button.
Vacuum bomb detonated.
No arcane energy detected. No life signal detected. Target eliminated. I repeat, the target has been eliminated.
Doubt.
We did it. We actually did it. Admiral, Hans, we made up for what we didn't do in 99.
Did we win?
It's too early to celebrate, but history will remember this moment and honor all that was lost in this long battle.
Wait, Hans. You hear that? In your headphones?
Everyone can hear it. A grating static.
Admiral, We might have a life signal, but there's too much interference.
Give me that.
The plan was made with little time to spare, and the location chosen for the... Okay, but soon enough the strange sound in the room subsides.
No, it's nothing. There is no sign of life. It was the wind.
So, that means... a triumphant victory! A salute to you, Admiral, and to the Timekeeper.
Our efforts for peace have prevailed, and we have emerged victorious. Let us forever remember this day for its greatness.
Glory to all who fought for this moment! We did it! Whoa! Woo! Yeah!
The observation room erupts in triumph. Arcana deceased lies. Maybe Sophia will be the Arcana of the next act. I have a theory for Arcana. I don't know. I don't think Arcana's actually dead. We have 9 more chapters to go. Or, not chapters. Rather, acts.
A bullet is among us.
Right
under this roof.
My bad. I need to do it
serves
again.
no army, no country, only peace.
Among Us! There you go. That's a high quality one.
The heavy rain at the end of the century dissolved and washed away many of its comrades. But it was lucky enough to survive. Its pointy end still shines silver, ready to drill a hole into its enemy. Sadly, its bulky colleague stole its thunder in this war. One push of the button, one big explosion. There was no need for the rest of the ammunition. Certainly. Who doesn't want a life without the need to work? Few would hesitate to choose a life of freedom over the achievement and satisfaction of a job. Given the short lifespan of a bullet, why would it choose anything else?
If we see an Arcana later, it won't be the same.
But its boss, the general, has more to think about. What are they going to do next time? Will this bullet be put to use when the rain comes again? A big shot, dear. A wise man of the most insightful kind. You should talk to him if you have the chance.
So, my theory on Arcana is that she's not a person, right? I don't know if you're familiar with the Nightmare Heart from Hollow Knight, but basically, whoever wears the mask from the Heart of Nightmare, or whatever it's named, basically that guy is the leader of the Grim Troop. And the Grim Troop is like this thing that leeches off dead kingdoms, right? Whenever a kingdom's about to die, they go there and then they consume whatever's left. But whoever wears the mask, it does not matter who it is. They are the leader of the Grim Troop, who descend from that Heart of Nightmare. Okay, sure, you can. I'll pause the recording.
But he's been in a gloomy mood lately. Be careful not to mention anything related to the conservative battle tactics used in 1999. The missile that would have been launched, and especially anything about the bullets lost in that battle. He has paid a great price for the future. But you see, the future is sneaky. Every time you think you can grasp it, it takes a step away from you. nullifying every effort you've made to get near it. Even a bullet isn't fast enough to catch up. Shh. Don't say such things out loud, especially not near the General, sweetheart.
We need laser guns.
The bullets have paid a great price in order to find their way back to the future. If they hear you say that they won't be needed anymore, you'll end up with quite the ammunition bill. All right. Let's leave this bullet to itself. Solitude may help alleviate its anxiety about the future.
Bullets and calculus. Alright. I'll pause the recording now then. Boom. Done. The ones who pray recognize the beauty and goodness of truth. Free yourself from corruption, hatred, and evil. Alright, what god do you worship? Like classic question. Here, on the level sand, between the sea and land, what shall I build aright against the fall of night? Tell me. Of ruins the grave that told the bursting wave, or bastions to design for longer dates.
It will help relieve your pain. Worry not. It's not made from the grapes on my head.
The war may have ended, but its scars remain in this place. The Hall of Truth, once the place of knowledge, now stands in ruins. 210 examines the injured man's face closely, making sure his pain is eased. Then he stands and watches as more people are brought through the gate.
Hang in there, 29.
888 makes her way into the hall. Carrying an incapacitated believer on her back, she carefully lowers the person to the floor. Her own arms are wounded from the attack, but fortunately they're not fatal. Since the integers awakened, this has been the only thing they've been doing.
Are there any other injured that have not been found yet?
I've scouted the island. Every remaining member should be here.
So you have.
He sighs, the ramifications of the situation weighing down on them.
It means the members not here have joined Manus Vindictae.
The hall is dead silent. Just a few hours ago, it was alive with debates, ideas, and passion. But now, one half of the hall is gone, its seats buried under the shattered dome and crumbling walls.
Is Six still in a coma, Miss Marta?
The blind woman nods, concern etched on her face. The Banshee doesn't say anything else. She needs to clean her own wounds. The last few hours have been a whirlwind. Their faith has crumbled, the humans have invaded their island, and Manus Vindictae has turned them against each other. But now, everything's gone. Enemies, friends, and even the truth. All that's left are the moans and groans that fill the hall. In the midst of the hushed void, some begin to pray.
To you, O the alone infinite, the non-subsistent, the ineffable, I call.
Oops.
Grant me inspiration of nature. Guide my soul with truth.
These are words of both sorrow and hope. Words of contemplation and honor for the dead. A brief respite, where they can find solace to ease their pain.
Give me power of enlightenment. Tear off from the web of ignorance.
More people join in. Their prayers reverberate through the hall.
Redeem me from the evil, hatred, and what throttles me down. Break through the ground of bad, corruption's chain, the carapace of darkness, the living death, sensation's corpse, the tomb I carry. Learn the beauty of truth, the balance and limitations of all.
Enough!
It's 29, the injured believer just carried in by 888. A leg is missing, but he managed to get up and sit down against the wall.
Why are you still praying? The truth is gone! Who are we praying to? Who will answer us?
His outburst falters, turning into a bitter
For
sob.
generations, we have searched for purpose and meaning. But now that the truth is lost, what is left for us to live for?
No, the truth is still there.
A crisp voice echoes through the hall. 37 arrives, panting at the door, accompanied by members of the Timekeeper's team.
I passed a Perron's test and it showed me the answer. It will free us from the Wheel of Birth once and for all. I just need some time to decode it.
She feels their stares weigh heavily on her. The wounded, the desperate, those who have lost their faith in their souls in the last few hours. The custodian walks up to her, still composed and steady.
We will do our best to help, but how much time do you need?
A crucial question. The girl averts her eyes. Her confidence has waned since the last time she answered this question.
I have someone in mind that can help us decode faster.
Elsewhere in this world, some people are also making the same efforts at all costs. Kakanya? They too are studying the immunity to the
But I
storm.
need your approval before I ask them for help.
No, it's not Kakanya. This will require some finesse. What's about to be asked might rattle the founding principles of their belief
May
system.
I share the truth with the others, 37?
I mean, yeah, it's Laplace, but I was excited, you know. Get our good old Austro-Hungarian with us. The experiments on the side effects of the ritual are ongoing. The list of conditions they've encountered stretches down the pages like a long, winding snake.
The side effects are completely random. Among the current samples, the probability of no side effects occurring is 0.52%. And of the 81 recorded side effects, 39 of them will cause irreversible damage to the biological body. 24 will permanently alter the composition of the caster's body functioning. And 18 minor effects will cause only minor, superficial injuries that do not affect daily functioning. Laplace's archives has enough rituals to protect casters from the minor effects, but the other two categories are highly lethal.
The list was made at the cost of lives, and she meticulously analyzes each item as if taking part in an intricate machine.
After 72 experiments, the diversity of side effects has decreased significantly. It is unclear if this is due to repeated testing on a single subject or due to a limited range of possible side effects. More than 90% of these effects are related to concepts such as dirt and dust. Is it because of the origins of this ritual's power?
She stops briefly, scanning. Am I having a stroke for real? Scanning through the list again.
The number of recorded side effects is 86, not 81. When did I write these 5 down?
A knock at the door interrupts her thoughts. Simone walks in.
Madam Lucy, Zeno's plan was a success. With the help of Team Timekeeper, the leader of Manus Vindictae was teleported to a deserted military base and targeted with a thermobaric weapon. It was a direct hit with no signs of life detected. The momentous event was captured on camera in the observation room.
The director nods in approval. It is good news, but she can't devote much of her processing power to expressing joy while she's focused on research.
A tremendous victory. Please extend my congratulations to the Admiral for this remarkable feat.
Also, you have 2 call requests. One is from the Timekeeper, which Laplace received shortly after the battle with Manus Vindictae. She is requesting remote assistance to help the Apiron decode a numerical code related to the storm immunity.
This information demands attention. The director's head snaps up.
Put her through immediately.
Simone nods, but her shoulders remain tense. There's more.
And the other call?
It's Kakanya, the Viennese arcanist who helped investigate Marcus in acquiring the ritual.
A hint of hesitation appears in her eyes.
We have updated her the progress of the study and the potential side effects of the incantation, but she insists on knowing the right pronunciation.
La Unca de Cerclo. Boom, we lost one of the good characters. Is the stream dead? I would hope not. Well, my thing's lagging, so I'm gonna assume... I'm gonna wait a moment, actually. Oh, goodbye. Okay, let's check. The bitrate's normal. We're going. Nice. I thought we were done. Alright, guide to constructing communication waves under special circumstances. Alright everyone, this is X here to instruct you all on how to set up a usable radio communication network under the influence of the storm. Firstly, radio transmission is like a Goldberg machine. A convoluted process, even though it's point to point, it's not just a straight line. The medium of transmission can also change along the way, and it's not limited to radio waves. With a little imagination and well-calculated paths, information can be transmitted from any point to any other point, and multiple complex paths can prevent information from being hijacked during transmission due to the storm. The theory involved can be found in my earlier paper, How to Send Transoceanic Mail with Pigeons and Catapults. Call me when someone gets it right. I'm on my way to being busy. Hold on. There was a buffering when you said that. Yeah, I kind of felt it. The Rosetta Stone. This may be the world's first trilingual dictionary.
No, we are not aware of that. 37 and I had just entered the cave when the investigators sent back the ritual.
The transmission is weakening. Miss Radio musters all her strength, struggling to hold on the fleeting signal in the air.
Thank you for the thorough explanation, Madam Lucy. I'll make sure to inform the members of Apeiron.
Is it really possible to remember all those numbers and technical details?
If possible. Could you kindly explain this to them again after we set up the communication device?
The lab has never been busier since the day it was built. The scattered files are neatly gathered, and more integers have come to help sort through the years of documents. Miss Radio is placed next to the IDM with a sense of reverence. The computer screen lights up. A familiar voice comes out of the speakers.
The next thing's the acoustic components. Totally understandable if you don't have any on hand. Regulus, can you help me find some...
What are you saying, mate? Of course, this great disc jockey would have the acoustic components. I'll have you know, I made friends with the dolphins as soon as I had the chance, hoping they'd retrieve some of the radio components from Apple II. And guess what? They actually found some!
She attaches the acoustic component into the IDM, beaming with excitement.
Hello? Testing, 1, 2, 3.
The screeching feedback forces everyone to cover their ears.
Perfect. You finally have a communicator equipped with a speaker. Before, there were too many ears for one tiny radio. Ah.
What now? Another attack?
Not quite. That's the sound of our colleague, Medicine Pocket. Hard at work.
Being acoustic. Finally, a real communicator for Team Timekeeper. X gets up, skirts around Medicine Pocket's mess on the floor, and casually makes himself a cappuccino.
How goes it on your end, Verton? The storm is only 8 hours away. Has the immunity zone on the island stopped shrinking?
I think so. No one in the Hall of Apeiron's affected by the storm syndrome so far. The immunity zone seems stable for now. Manus Vindictae and the humans have left. There should be no further destruction on the island.
So the decay of the immunity zone is not linear. It seems to be influenced by the islanders' mindset toward the truth, and it eventually reaches a stopping point.
He puts down the cup and thinks about everything he heard from the call.
Could it be that the ritual on this island, rooted in the power of faith and belief, serves to amplify only the radius of the storm immunity? Fascinating.
That can wait, Researcher X.
Ulrich, impatient as ever, interrupts his musings with a more important concern. There are still pressing matters to discuss with the Timekeeper through the device.
There's one thing I'd like to confirm, Timekeeper, about the question Miss 37 asked in the cave. How can we escape the darkness of the phenomenal world and be freed from the emanation forever? To my understanding, that is almost the same as asking how we can be immune to the storm.
Yes, and 37 also said the transcendental truth was beyond the limits of her mortal flesh. Apeiron answered her with an eerie sound, one that could drive anyone mad just by hearing it. It was then that the Scroll 6 gave her unfurled and transcribed the sound into a string of numbers, providing us with the code.
Yes, That's the key to our problem. We both received a solution to the same question simultaneously. Immunity against the storm. This could be our Rosetta Stone, Timekeeper. We found our own Rosetta Stone!
His voice rises in excitement as he becomes fully immersed in his thoughts. Meanwhile, his listener's mind is starting to wander with a big question mark in the air.
Rosetta Stone.
Allow me to explain.
The director interjects with a well-timed explanation.
The Rosetta Stone is a stone tablet inscribed with a decree in 3 different languages: hieroglyphs, Demotic, and Ancient Greek. Hieroglyphs were the sacred writing for the divine, while Demotic script was known as the language of the people. Both scripts were ancient Egyptian, lost to time when the tablet was discovered. However, because scholars were still able to read Ancient Greek, and through comparing the 3 inscriptions that all said the same thing, they were finally able to understand the hieroglyphs. And now, we too have our own set of inscriptions to decode. The first is similar to hieroglyphs, as the truth Miss 37 heard in the cave is completely unintelligible and can drive people insane just by listening to it. The second is like Demotic script, a ritual we obtain from Arcana that can place a curse upon those who read it aloud. It cannot be handled by ordinary people. Finally, the numerical code you shared with us is like the readable Ancient Greek, without any divine powers, but crucial in deciphering the other 2 inscriptions.
How intriguing!
37's voice chimed in over the line, clearly excited by the
That
analogy.
is to say, if we work together and combine our research, we may unlock even deeper knowledge that only belongs to the divine?
Exactly. We're looking for the same answer to the same question, like how the same decree is inscribed onto the tablet in different forms, and just like the inscriptions on the tablet, we have 3 versions of the ritual. If we can delve into the essence of the ritual and master its inner workings, we may eventually transcribe it into a side-effect-free ritual that can be used by everyone.
Yes, it should work. Because the nature of the universe flows in all things alike.
I'm glad you think so, Miss 37.
The girl on the other end of the phone is equally ecstatic. There's no question that they're in sync on this incredible idea. The ferrofluid happily swirls in its fishbowl. Regrettably, his boss is a practical thinker.
Your hypothesis is based on too many assumptions, Ulrich. It requires further refinement and confirmation. We now have valid incantations. We should continue in this direction.
Her words are like a bucket of ice water dumped over their heads. As always, the robot steers them to a more practical path.
You mentioned the word transcribe, just like the Timekeeper did. It holds the answer to improving the ritual.
You mean?
The scroll you mentioned that can bridge the gap between you and the Supreme Existence during communion. It is the scroll that transcribed the eerie sound and saved 37 from the lethal side effects. Does this mean it could potentially lessen the negative effects of the immunity incantation?
La Unca Li Circlo, and then scroll just absorbs half of the side effects or something. I don't know. Everyone in the lab realizes it at once. Reducing the side effects is faster than trying to come up with a perfect side effect-free incantation from scratch. Now the solution is right in front of them. The scroll that can solve Arcanum with Arcanum.
Wait, Madam Lucy. Let me take it from here.
We would like to borrow this scroll for research. If you lend us this scroll, we will make significant advancements on the research, and we promise to provide every assistance you require in the future.
The ferrofluid flinches into the shape of a droplet of sweat. It was too late to stop her. The atmosphere on the other end of the call changes dramatically.
Lend you the scroll.
The custodian leaps up from her corner in disbelief.
Are you asking us to give the legacy of Epiron, our most cherished possession, to you? A scientific research organization that serves humans?
The lab falls silent, reflecting the seriousness of the request. For a school of thought that has always kept its knowledge hidden, this is a major threat to its core beliefs and sacred vows. But the silence is broken again by the cheery voice, the voice that always questions and doubts.
Why not? We are seekers of truth, are we not?
I like that attitude. The cycle of history. By the time people realize its true nature, it has already moved.
Heed my words, 37. That scroll is a sacred relic passed down from the wise sages of Apiron, safeguarded by the Sixes, and entrusted only to believers who brave Apiron's test. It has the power of harmonization and reconciliation. You may keep it until you fully grasped the secrets shared with you by Apiron, but you will not share it with some organization affiliated with humans, and certainly do not allow them to study it.
Nope. The inevitable disagreement is finally upon them. 888 grabs the 7 by the arm and drags her out of the lab.
Why? Sharing this scroll is sharing wisdom and knowledge with others. Like what we have done through our doctrinal meetings and receiving visitors from the outside world. It is for the sake of spreading the light of truth. Is it not? The human researchers. They have also discovered many brilliant theorems. Before the emanation cut us off, we had these types of communications with the outside world. It was fun. Unlike what came after, I'm sure by sharing this scroll, the code from Apiron will be deciphered. I must prove that the light of truth still glimmers.
She stands her ground. She's right. With their faith shattered, people need something new to keep it going. And this time her suggestion makes sense in a practical way, a quality often missing from her previous ideas. With the island no longer shielding them, the school must find another way to survive the emanation. In their moments of weakness, they need a powerful ally more than ever.
But how can you be sure the scroll will only be used for researching the ritual? How can you ensure that the humans won't exploit it to create weapons of destruction?
Yeah, I'm sure -1, 1, -3, 0, 3, -3. Yeah, I'm sure those numbers will stop us from creating... we need those numbers to create weapons of mass destruction. In fact, Russia is watching Reverse 1999 with like binoculars. They're looking. This is the code we need. We can finally create the next big weapon that will destroy the world. The custodian looks up at the fractured dome. The speculated daylight illuminates her cool complexion.
Before joining the School of Apiron, my people and I had wandered the world for ages. Our long lives made it difficult for us to truly fit in with the world. Daughter of Truth, I implore you to hear the words of this old soul. Humans have indeed achieved incredible feats, and their enlightenment has even touched my soul. But unfortunately, most humans do not have an inherent respect for knowledge or its boundaries. They only chase after power blindly. I have experienced it firsthand. I tried to guide and persuade them, but ultimately I failed. What you are deciding to share is not only knowledge, but it is a ritual, a piece of power. A ritual designed for harmonization, created for the devout believers, and created for the sages seeking the truth. Yet, on the other hand, it can also be used for unspeakable horrors, such as silencers on guns, suppressors on rifles, or even on nuclear bombs.
It won't.
Oh. Are we cooked? No, I don't think we're cooked. I'm looking, the bitrate's normal. I think we're okay. Oh, this internet, man. This internet, I swear to God.
888. I won't let this happen.
You can't promise anything, Miss Verton. You're too young, too inexperienced to comprehend the dark nature of history.
A valid and powerful observation. The hall itself, ravaged by war, now stands as a testament to the Banshee's claims. Even 37 is speechless.
But it's the truth we're talking about. What could possibly outweigh the truth?
An unexpected voice speaks up. To everyone's surprise, the rhetorician does not raise any objections this time.
If all it haven't the failures of the past
dude.
4 years proven that a stagnant mindset does not bring forth the light of truth? If all it takes is lending someone a scroll to unlock unspeakable secrets, why not do it? As individuals devoted to critical thinking, should the pursuit of truth not be our primary goal in life? My brothers and sisters, do not let hatred stop you, and don't let the dust of the phenomenal world blind you.
210!
He waves his hand and gets up from his seat.
And remember, it was 37 who passed the test and earned the scroll. It is her rightful responsibility to handle this situation.
He looks elsewhere, his demeanor suggesting a lack of interest rather than genuine support for the argument.
Otherwise, what other choice do we have?
He shrugs and walks out of the hall. Behind him, the Star of Hermes clenches her fist with resolve. To the murmuring, doubtful crowd, she speaks again, loud and clear.
I have made up my mind. I will share the scroll with Laplace. We will decipher the code together. The truth is the truth. It should not be swayed by anything else. Please, everyone, cast your pebble if you agree with me. If Six were here, he too would have called for a vote.
Some of them decide to leave the hall instead, but most stay and use the pebbles in their hands to speak for them. Her victory arrives with a gentle sigh from the corner. War and smoke have long left this place. An aura, oh no, I am being consumed by brain rot. An area has been cleared for takeoff.
Miss Lilia, are you certain about this?
Absolutely. See the nice weather today? Much better than the day we landed. No wind, no cloud, the clear sky, and that giant moon.
Sitting tight on her 201B. She gives a quick pat to the scroll secured on her belt. This is the essence of Apiron's goodwill in their newfound alliance with Laplace.
Can't find a better day to deliver the package. It's just to the headquarters, not even going outside of Europe. 3 hours is more than enough. I'm done being stuck on this suffocating island. Nobody can stop me from taking this flight.
The headquarters are at least 768 nautical miles away, and you have no protection during the long flight. It's dangerous. And we have only 7 hours until the storm.
Dangerous? Maybe. But this is an exhilarating flight in the storm, Saneto. What better chance than now to push Zeno into updating their flying manual?
She takes a few long gulps from her canteen and warms up her broomstick, brimming with anticipation as if she were going to a carnival. Yeah, get
Besides,
drunk before
what's
driving.
wrong with a bit of oil painting on me? Should be a nice badge of honor.
Mate, that's quite a distance. Just be sure not to go toppling into the Mediterranean Sea.
Red 38 is no way an apple the second.
She soars higher and higher until Regulus shrinks to a tiny red dot on the beach. From the corner of her eye, she notices shadows slowly creeping towards her.
Manus Alitius? We didn't kill them all off? I don't have time for you, little stingray rats.
The Oleatus trail closes behind her.
Still got your speed, huh? I guess the death of your boss didn't faze you much. Oh.
A swollen blimp comes into view, filled with a dark substance and throbbing like a beating heart.
A Manus aircraft? Worth a fight. Haha! Bring it on! Your downfall will be an explosive orchestra over the waters.
No assistance. It is what it is.
This is what's been practiced countless times.
Actually, sure. Boom. Boom. There we go.
May the peace be with us.
We're back to this battle.
I believe in you.
Take it easy. Talking out calms people down.
I know the moon.
Except the boss doesn't have a big HP bar.
Radio waves are everywhere. Everywhere.
I wonder what happened to that guy's HP bar. He just suddenly he died in one hit. The boss seems to be doing no damage now. A strange phenomenon. We must study the enemy's powers so we can deal with this accordingly. Actually, why am I wasting the disarm?
Take it easy. Try for free. Try for free.
Sempre caro mi fu quest'ermo cole.
Story so far has been pretty good. Oh! What? Oh. Did it just heal 11k?
My sword sharp.
Handle it gently.
Whoa.
Sempre caro mi fu quest'ermo cole.
God damn.
A little bit hot here.
That's with healing reduction too. Oh, what is that? Bang! You're shooting. I see. To safely cast the immunity ritual, 2 conditions must be met. Have the power to wield it. Okay, that's
Yes,
one condition.
Ms. Tyder has derived the formula and my team has finished designing the prototype converter. Now, we just need the bigwigs upstairs to approve the experiment application. This is an unprecedented chance to rob the storm of its energy. I wouldn't miss this for anything.
Minimize the side effects. We're back to Enigma's board.
The Scroll of Aperon has shown great potential in protecting casters from the ritual. It is expected to outperform the Coleman protection rituals. The sheer variety of side effects is concerning, but we already have a list of 122 curses and their effects. Once the scroll arrives, we will test and record its reactions to each of the effects. This should speed up our analysis considerably.
But this isn't enough.
How can we get humans to make use of this ritual?
He stands up and paces around the cluttered room.
Ideally, the incantation is made into a tool like the Manus Mask or Laplace's incantation soft disk. However, this would require a thorough analysis and mastery of the ritual. Manus Vindicte could create the mask because Arcana is just that excellent of a caster. But we don't have that kind of excellence all the time. That's why I came up with a clever alternative, to let everyone be a caster instead. The problem is, humans can't cast it all to begin with. Ugh.
Logic is failing to produce the desired breakthroughs. Enigma sits back down at the table, holding his head in despair. I just want to state, right, it's been 7 to 8 hours since Enigma lost his shit in that one cutscene where Dora just died, you know? It's a long day for Enigma.
Is there nothing else we can do?
So, this is the plan of the imaginary numbers.
Oh yeah, that one planet that that Regulus summoned. Where is that planet? That moon, that thing.
You want to use the waves of Numa and the reconciliation of the scroll to allow everyone to recite the storm immunity ritual?
37 ponders with great interest, as if it were another game. The collaboration with Laplace is going well. They have just shared all their information on the subject.
Yes. What do you think, 37?
An ugly plan it is.
The whole thing was an illusion? Yeah, but like... Never mind.
There is no grace or beauty in this approach. It is purely driven by practicality and uses clever tactics to make things fit. How typical of imaginary numbers.
What? It sounds pretty cool to me. Taking advantage of the storm? It's about time we plundered it instead.
It really looks like we should throw this plan into the sea.
Like Sophia's bottle, 37 insists subtly shifting her seat away from Regulus.
You're not trying to comprehend the ritual, Vertin, but scrambling to make use of it before the emanation arrives.
Isn't making use of it enough for our purposes?
No, the theory is incomplete. You will be hindered by impossible obstacles in no time. Mister, could you show me the incantation? I want to see it too.
She glances at the device, hoping for an answer, but the other end of the call has been silent for a while.
Laplace is looking for a safe method to deliver the incantation. Given the incidents before, some time is required for the application procedure. Once received, please do not read it out by any means. The side effects are extremely deadly.
The chief assistant explains to her reassuringly. Finally, someone speaks again.
Apologies. We took some time to test the delivery methods. For your safety, only the text of the incantation will be delivered. The exact pronunciation will be sent to the timekeeper later.
Thanks, mate.
Since the island has no visual communication, we will send the incantation letter by letter through a Chladni plate, a technique that converts simple patterns to sound waves. Enough with the mumbo-jumbo. There's no time for details.
Annoyed, he interrupts his rambling and gets straight to the point.
Timekeeper, we'll need the help of that lady. Miss Radio, right?
Huh?
Flattered, the blue flower on Mr. Radio perks up. No ordinary signal could reach this island. Since their arrival, she's been diligently managing their communications. As a result, she has been somewhat reduced to being just a radio.
Yes. Somebody please find her a metal square plate, fix it on a sturdy base, and pour sand on it.
Senator and Regulus get to work immediately. Fortunately, there's no shortage of metal and sand on the island. A makeshift receiving station is quickly built.
Now, a special recording will be sent to you. Please stay by the edge of the plate, embrace the sound, and, groove along.
Miss Radio is the flower, huh? Makes sense. She's a flower that grew on the radio? Question mark?
I assume you mean vibrate?
No. That's just rude. But, yes, exactly.
He stammers.
If all goes well, the vibrations will move the sand and visualize the text in a pattern. We have 12 recordings ready, each representing a letter in the incantation. We'll play the first one when you're ready.
Oh, of course, my pleasure.
She trembles with excitement, ready to give her all for this important task. As she grooves with the signal, the pattern begins to form on the plate.
First one's done, Mr. Ulrich.
All right, 11 to go.
The transmission continues as planned, each letter falling into place like pieces of a puzzle, until finally the last letter is recorded on the page. La Unca Circlo. The sight is hard to believe.
This incantation.
How can this be?
What? Are you reading it in your head? Oh, don't tell me even thinking about it can trigger the curse.
No. It's just, I can read this language.
La Unca, La Unwa Circlo. The language is not unfamiliar. The incantation for unlocking the suitcase is inscribed in the same tongue. The questions are, who taught this and when? Was it on the eve of the new millennium, when everything was blank? Was it Mother? The myriad of thoughts flood through the mind.
37. I think I know what it says.
This timekeeper's the doctor work nights.
It means the first circle.
Emergency Harmonizer Analysis Task Notification. Special notification. We have received a harmonizer capable of neutralizing the storm immunity spell, which has been proven effective through Miss Lucy's testing. The contents of the harmonizer have been sent to to each department in the form of a photograph with this message. Please begin analysis for master application immediately upon receipt. I'll call back the people from John Titor's place. You all keep busy. Screw you, X. Sorry, I'm a X-hater here. The first circle, thus the proof is complete. So scroll works in removing side effects. Yep, we pieced that together. The researchers on the receiving end quickly grasped the message.
The first circle.
Oh. The first circle, that's what the incantation says?
The first circle. That's what the incantation says?
He suddenly remembers a detail that has eluded him all along.
That's it. The investigator in Vienna reported a similar thing. An ancient miracle, a circle of salvation. Arcana even drew a circle in the air while saying it. She did it so nonchalantly, as if it were a meaningless gesture. We didn't think much of it at the time. Once we confirmed that it did not affect the casting of the incantation, we forgot about it and moved on. I can't believe I overlooked it.
The hot-tempered cryptography lead slams the table and buries his face into his hands, clearly exasperated.
This is not your fault, Ulrich. The gesture was overlooked because it did not really help the research. Our focus was on practical application rather than understanding the incantation itself. If the incantation means the first circle...
The pragmatist voice is still sincere.
How will this be helpful to the research?
The circle from the painting called Salvation. You don't say.
I see. I understand now.
A moment of epiphany. She snatches a handful of paper, sprawls out on the floor, and scribbles frantically.
Well, Vertin, I don't know why you can read it, but I do know that Gal is thrilled by your interpretation, because you mentioned her favorite shape, the circle.
The irrational number is spot on. 37 has drifted into a world of her own.
Yes. The essence of the incantation is a circle. But what kind of circle is it? In topology, any closed curve on a plane can be classified as a circle.
Aha! Told you!
Regulus spreads her hands, speechless. She takes a step back, giving 37 more room to calculate. Everyone is talking wildly, so to not disturb her, even Miss Radio has lowered her volume. Just as her sheets are about to engulf the entire room, she finally stands up.
Look, Vertin, let's go back to the Rosetta Stone hypothesis. Based on the hypothesis, if the incantation and the numerical code share a common essence, which is the key to the storm immunity, and we now know the incantation refers to a circle...
Oops.
Then, the essence of this numerical code should also be a circle, right?
37 nods.
Yes. Before this conversation, I had no idea which direction to take. The numerical code could be a snippet of an incantation, or it could be a geometrical ritual array. I had a lot of theories to go on, but testing them could take weeks or even months. Worse yet, if my line of thinking was completely wrong, we could waste decades of time and effort. But the Rosetta Stone hypothesis is easy to verify. Let us suppose that the incantation and numerical code share a similar essence. We know that the incantation does work as proven by the Awakened. If the incantation is a circle, then the numerical code should also be circular in nature and has the same effect as the incantation, which is a circle that saves people from the emanation and can also be experimented with by the Awakened.
Hold on, let's read that again. Okay, let us put the condition. Okay.
If the experiment works, then the hypothesis is true, and vice versa.
What is also in a circle? I have a line to say, but I don't think it's allowed here on stream.
I see what you mean here. It really is an easily provable hypothesis.
To my ears, you're just trying to prove that the code means a circle. Because you're really into circles.
Not specifically. I simply like it because it's a great shape.
But I don't understand.
She picks up the numerical code and studies it carefully.
+1, -1, +2, -3, 3, -3, +2, -1, +1. How do these numbers relate to the circle?
They're marks on a plane.
The first circle.
Enigma narrows his brows, spinning a pen between his fingers. His drafts are scattered across the desk, each of them a dead end.
Yes, it was the timekeeper who translated the incantation. And according to the investigator in Vienna, Arcana also drew a circle when she cast the ritual. But experiments have shown that the gesture has no effect on the ritual. We thought maybe it was a symbolic gesture.
No. It is no way just symbolic.
He jumps to his feet. The cryptographer sneezes at the... Oh jeez, I am dying. The cryptographer sneezes at the cloud of dust he just stirred up.
Arcanists excel at condensing their experiences into symbolic representations. Signs, totems, elements, these are primitive symbols, and some are sources of power for Arcanum. At least that's what the Foundation's textbooks tell me. That's why arcane skills can only be enhanced by mediums that align with their symbolic nature. Precise materials are required when creating soft discs for each incantation.
He stops spinning his pen.
If we were to create a physical form, if the incantation symbolizes the first circle, will that form have to be a circle too? And if we were to create a physical form that could be mass-produced for everyone?
In the cave, discussions and theories about the circle are also full swing. Every inch of the floor is now covered with paper. On each sheet is a differently drawn circle. Some are spheres, some have crossings, some are in distorted forms. Just as the sea of papers is about to drown everyone in the room, she finally stands up.
Oh, I should have thought of this. The simplest things often hold the deepest meaning, as always. So, the first circle, what could it be? A wheel? A piece of rope? A pendulum?
Your eyes! 37 shakes her head and kicks away some paper balls at her feet.
I spent too long on the wheel and the bearing, not realizing there was something more promising. A circle can also be seen as a knot with no crossings. An unknot.
I was about to say my balls.
This could be a variation of a closed curve. A knot. Knots were how the ancients of the Incas and Chinese collected data and kept records. But which knot is it exactly?
37 extends her hand. Intricate geometric shapes take form in the radiance of her arcane light.
The Jones polynomial of the trefoil knot is t plus t cubed minus t to the power of 4. The figure 8 knot is t to the power of -2 minus t to the power of -1 plus 1 minus t plus t squared. While the cinquefoil knot, t squared plus t to the power of 4 minus t to the power of 5 plus t to the power of 6 minus t to the power of 7. I could go on all day. There are 165 different knots with 10 crossings, 9,988 knots with 13 crossings. But which knot is the code referring to? +1, -1, +2, -3, +3, -3, +2, -1, +1.
She stops.
Of course. Of course I would hear these digits instead of anything else. The scroll transcribes the truth into a format I can understand. so it must be based on a mathematical system I already know. I have all the knowledge needed to break the code. Just need to follow my instincts and pick a system, and the Jones polynomial is the first thing I could think of.
Struck by an idea, she drops on her knees and starts calculating again on the floor.
Right. The second 3 I heard sounded different from the other 3s. That 3 must be the constant term of the polynomial. Then if we use this 3 as the origin, like a number axis, the left side is the coefficient for the negative exponents, and the right side is the coefficients for the positive exponents.
You lost me.
Eureka! This string of coefficients is the shorthand of a Jones polynomial. If we assign the 8 coefficients to the 8 corresponding exponents in a Jones polynomial, we get its true form. T to the power of -4 minus t to the power of -3 plus 2t to the power of -2 minus 3 times t to the power of -1 plus 3 minus 3t plus 2t squared minus t cubed plus t to the power of 4.
Yeah, I think you're spitting. You're spitting facts. I approve. She looks up, her bright aquamarine eyes shine with delight. A golden knot projects from her fingertips.
See, Vertin, Apiron did give us the answer. The key we've been looking for, the most profound secret, the language of the divine. No sound or text is needed, just pure structure, the very form of the essence itself. It is a beautiful shape, a simple knot.
A knot? Great. Now there is only one step left. The verification.
She nods and looks at the
Did
communicator.
you hear that, Madame Lucy? Can you help us verify the authenticity of this knot?
Oop, well, a heart? Yeah, it looked like a heart. After an unsettling silence, Miss Radio finally remembers that she has turned down the volume. When she turns it back on, Lucy's voice comes through clearly over the channel.
Of course. I have paid close attention to the discussion. This polynomial produces a single unique knot. We can now tie a knot to test it.
The call goes silent again. The cave is silent too, as if any noise would alter the outcome. Even Regulus has turned off her personal speakers. In the quiet hush, Miss Radio cranks up her volume once more, but all they hear is a sharp hiss of static and a soft, strange rustling. 20 minutes have passed.
Madame Lucy?
The only sound is a constant static, accompanied by a faint, scratchy reverberation.
Signal dropping. Madame Lucy, can you hear us?
She's breathing again.
I can.
The robot utters without effort. The knot slips from her grip and falls. It has completed its great mission. Then the robot starts to fall apart and melt. Before the curse could begin to get to her core, the fire thief flashes a smile. She needs to ensure that the next message is clear on the radio.
It worked.
She said la unua circlo. So it's just a random knot? No specific material, nothing? She said with the not words. The ritual core is officially complete. Thank you everyone, the ritual core is complete. We have successfully overcome all the challenges we faced, and all that remains is assembly and mass production. Our research on the storm has come to a successful conclusion. Which, by the way, Sophia, we didn't have betrayed us if we said, yeah, just give us 6 hours. Anyways, we are also collecting names for the ritual core. If you are interested, please feel free to submit your suggestions. Below are examples of the suggestions we have collected. 37, Lucky Knot, whatever this number is. Absolute Universal R-powered storm immunity device. Laplace's knot, question mark, uncool. 1914 knot, wrong time. The knot, it has such nice ring to it. Call it a forget-me-not. Oh. Mirrors and curtains. A mirror, a razor and green. Hands reaching into nothingness. This better be a Caconia chapter. Because humans can't cast it by saying words, now humans can cast it by having the knot. So, 4 hours till the storm arrives.
I never thought it would be the Timekeeper and the Aperon Arcanus who'd solve the problem. But now even humans can cast this ritual.
He sounds disappointed, but also happy at the same time. Poor man. Laplace is now in a rare state of tranquility, for the researchers have done all they can. There's nothing left for them to do. With only 4 hours to go, this is the final calm before the storm.
Indeed. The knot is the physical form of the ritual we were looking for. Surprisingly, the numerical code yielded practical results. I thought it was necessary to report this to the Timekeeper's organization. It was her contribution. But it did not go well.
Forgive the interruption. What's a knot?
I will be glad to answer your question. Knot theory is a branch of algebraic topology. In mathematics, a knot refers to a connected closed curve in three-dimensional Euclidean space that does not intersect itself. They can also be described as shapes in three-dimensional space that are homeomorphic to circles. Knot theory focuses on the entanglement and configurations of closed curves in three-dimensional space, rather than the curves themselves. Since all closed curves are homeomorphic to circles, they can all be topologically categorized as circles. A knot equivalent to a two-dimensional circle is called an unknot, and...
I don't mean to question Laplace's expertise, but this approach may not be the best solution for widespread implementation. The concepts are complex even for us, let alone others. We can't expect to give an advanced math lesson to every individual under these circumstances. Doing math before the storm. Nobody's got time for that.
Oh, I'm sorry, bro. Math that will save your life? Come on, dude.
As it turned out, presenting a technical report was much too premature. We should have a complete and official report once the immunity gear is produced.
Maybe you can change your approach the next time you report to the Foundation.
The robot shakes her head, disappointed by the failure of her report and the listener's math level.
I simply gave them honest answers.
She turns her head and looks... She turns her head and looks thoughtfully out the window.
But this solution is deserving of widespread implementation.
Is that going to be our thumbnail? I've already used this image, except she didn't have her face.
All we need is a piece of rope and tie it end to end, and spend 3 to 5 minutes to make this knot. This can be done anywhere, at any time, by anyone using any type of cordage. The oldest, fastest, and most basic ritual, the key to braving the storm, is a knot.
Why didn't you tell the House of Intercratus? I'm sure they would have funded us generously.
I will make sure to put it in my interdepartmental report.
A rare hint of frustration flickers across her face, but she quickly moves on to a subject that deserves her attention.
But at this point in time, the knot only functions like an incantation. It is not suitable for widespread use until the research on the side effects and the converter are complete.
In any case, I've completed all the tasks you assigned me. My last plea is, please never put Ulrich and I on the same team again.
The researcher lets out a deep yawn, feeling as if he hasn't slept in ages. True. Maybe he can catch a quick nap before the final battle begins. No, you're gonna get stormed, my guy.
I'm surprised that you're not in the lab. Something bothering you? Wait, don't tell me you're charging here.
The robot turns to him, an approving smile on her face.
Excellent job, Researcher Adler. You have proven that you are keeping the locations of public outlets in Laplace in mind, which is a positive sign for your resocialization. But I am powering up to reach my optimal condition, preparing for what is to come. The Scroll of Aperon, the final piece of the puzzle, the key to minimizing any negative effects caused by the incantation.
Wow! The designers on artificial somnambulism could use some of this inspiration. Look at the clouds, painted with a syndrome of colors and interrupted by a glorious streak of rainbow. It's truly a masterpiece.
The red blur streaks forward at lightning speed, but the Oleatis are still in hot pursuit. Their skins are becoming increasingly vibrant due to the storm syndrome.
Funny. They're flying towards the headquarters out of instinct. Maybe they can sense immunity zones. These little beasts would make for a good study, but I'm not in the mood to take any prisoners.
Lilia speeds up again, trying to lose the pursuers that are swarming her behind her like a dark vortex. Hey, this is the same image where Vertin was here. She just woke up. In front of her, under the clouds, the grey buildings of the Foundation are now clearly visible.
Fuel and ammunition are running out.
Her altitude is low enough, she can almost see the hallway outside the committee room.
Maybe I should storm the Vice President's office with them. But other people might get hurt there. Never mind.
Is she referring to Constantine? I think she is. She makes an abrupt turn, her mind racing with ideas.
Dive into the lake? But the splash might wet the scroll. Wait, isn't that...
Sprouts from the forest. That looks like a signal to land.
Miss Lilia, this way.
Ha! Good timing.
Her friend's presence has given her a clear sense of direction. Without second thought, she charges into the new force with huge herd in hot pursuit. Just before crashing into the trees, Red 38 changes course and rockets upwards in a perfectly straight line. But the other creature behind her have no such finesse. One by one they slam into the mesh woven by the dense tangle of trees and vines.
Enemies intercepted. Ally landed successfully. Miss Travis, the Elitiaus are all ensnared in vines.
The druid closes her eyes, savoring the fresh air.
The winds of triumph sweep through the woods. An excellent flight, Miss Lilia. We will take it from here. Come, everyone. We shall vanquish our foes with the aid of the woods.
Oh no.
Anyone offer your seat?
My mind came with a with a naughty joke, let's call it.
Who's hard?
Handle it gently.
Talking out calms people down. Radio waves are everywhere.
Try for free. And try for free.
Alright. Let's clear this and here we
Take it easy. Whose heart is beating so loud? Agents have guns.
Gun.
It's called common sense.
A little bit hot here.
And that gun should kill the back one. Boom. One more enemy. And there you go. Whew. Don't mind if I do. I'll do this for maximum damage. I wanna see.
My child, here's something fun for you.
17k!
Sorry.
Oh man, that felt nutty. That felt amazing.
Special Operations Squad is ready to go. Dr. Kakanya, are you really going to stay here?
Oops. She shakes her head, her finger tight on Marcus's communicator. For more than 10 hours she has been waiting for Laplace to respond. Marcus lowers her eyes, burying her face in her scarf to hide her tears. The doctor quickly notices it. Her voice softens and changes to a lighter tone.
Don't worry about me, young missy. This won't be goodbye forever. Besides, I have already provided all the help I can, right? I made Isolde show us the ritual and kept her under control. And now you've figured out how the ritual works. To test its results, you will need a couple of volunteers.
But Marcus doesn't seem to find comfort in her words.
But you heard the report from Laplace. The possibility of surviving the ritual is nearly zero without the converter and the scroll and...
Nearly, they said. But not surely.
The doctor interjects briskly.
Plus, where else can I go? I was born and raised in this city. This is where I came from. Where I lived and where I belong. This is my whole world. I despised the maggots under its golden surface and fought for the justice and fairness in our society. But I also cherish every detail of this city, from the intricate carvings on the theater columns to the dirt trodden by dock workers. All of these things made me me. My family, my friends, my people, and my operas and culture are all here. I never once thought about leaving this place. I have never thought about destroying it either.
She looks up and sighs sentimentally.
Being washed away with it would be a just punishment for all my sins.
Yet her eyes are free of darkness and despair. Marcus can clearly see her determination.
I wish I could be as brave as you are. See you, Miss Clara.
She gently reaches out to her, not far away. The special operations squad is ready to go. The helicopter begins to whirl, its last errand of the day. Inside the cabin, Isolde sits between two Razor operatives, her wrists bound in cuffs.
Hurry, ladies, before any of us turns into one of those exquisite paintings. Sorry, but the headquarters is too far for the teleportation disc from here. You'll have to bear with us smelly old grunts for a little longer.
It's time to part ways.
Goodbye, Miss Marcus. Sharing this era with you has been an honor.
Their warm hands clasp in a powerful handshake. With a wave to the teary-eyed girl, Kikanya turns around and heads towards the city of
Is your
madness.
birthday approaching, Doctor?
She twirls sharply around at the entranced voice. Isolde reaches out into the air, still in a dream she's unwilling to wake up from. There, the world is changing, and each day is filled with bliss. For a prisoner in the Foundation's facility, perhaps dreams will provide the solace she needs.
I made this for you.
What Tracer did in Vienna is in Semmelweis story in roguelike. I see. She holds out a brooch, a piece of so exquisite that it too seems to be an intangible figment of a wistful dream. God damn, that looks really nice. The golden setting nestles the sparkling gem in a place, a gift undoubtedly made. Wait, holy, I'm actually getting a stroke. A gift undoubtedly made with great affection.
Turquoise and topaz. Just like you and your eyes. Please accept my blessings, Doctor. May your life be filled with joy and contentment. And may your courage guide you through all that comes your way. You are worthy of all the beauty and goodness this world has to offer. And I will hold you in my heart and in my prayers. Forever.
She sounds so normal for once. Today isn't Kikanya's birthday, nor can she see her reflection in Isolde's lustreless eyes. Star of Vienna holds up the brooch, yearning at the emptiness before her. If one were to die today, what would she say to her longtime friend?
Diese Träume, Frau Dittersdorf.
She takes the brooch and pins it to her jacket. The communicator at her waist crackles. A ray of hope shines through the static.
Madam Lucy, any progress on the research?
The knots? I mean, they already knew about the knot unless they discovered something new. Give me a moment, I need a good stretch. They didn't know about the knot, really? Interesting. Thank you. Hymnus ad bacum, whatever that means. I will rejoice, dance freely, and savor my wine. It has been 4 hours since we started the recording. My hunch.
Six is awake?
The blind woman nods, smiling. Hey! We got her, boys! 37 scrambles up from the floor, her eyes sparkling with joy.
Fabulous! Now everything is perfect, like the number 10. He will be happy to hear that I've cracked the code.
She skips across the room, the paper with the knot on it still in her hand.
I did it, Burton!
Ooh, buffer! Ooh, let me check the stream. The stream is still alive. Let's go.
I have proven the light of truth still shines. With some time, communication, and a flash of inspiration, we can bring it down from the unattainable skies and let its radiance illuminate all. And I've also proven that the truth is not out of reach or too distant to grasp. So, once Sophia knows about this,
She'll come back to us, right?
No. She opens her eyes wide, eager for the affirmation she yearns to hear.
I'm sure she'll be happy with what you've accomplished, 37.
37 nods with satisfaction and quickly dives back into her work, further perfecting the solution. The leaps in progress and the news of Six's return have filled the lab with smiles and lively conversations. Yet the most active members of the past are not here for this celebration.
Did 210 and 888 go to get 6?
Everyone calls her 888 except 37. 37 calls her 888.
You don't seem that happy.
The leader stops, looking at the speaker coming down the steps.
The Star of Hermes deciphered the code of Aperon. She found a way to cross the emanation. We should all feel happy for her.
The leader does not answer, having mastered the art of silence over the years. The rhetorician doesn't care. He has effortlessly engaged in dialogue and is at ease in any conversation, even with a rock.
Yet here you are, so indifferent. It is because you, too, know that what has happened will not change, regardless of whether she figures it out or not. A meager ritual to save people from the emanation is nothing compared to the disruption of the law above. It also cannot change the fact that our faith is dead. We're talking about how the island has sunk, and we're now sailing in a tsunami. A tiny miracle, a spark of inspiration, won't save the ship from the wrath of the tides.
His tone is sarcastic, but the mockery is missing in his eyes.
To be honest, I was surprised that she asked such a practical question. I guess the trivialities of the phenomenal world did eventually affect her. It's a shame that many others...
Did I just double-click?
It's a shame that many others lack her determined will to see beyond the void of our broken reality. Can't you see? I'm getting a rise out of you.
He beams a huge grin.
Who would have thought that our great, perfect, honorable leader of the School of Aperon has been a nihilist all along? You never revered the truth, did you? That's why you kept us in the dark for 4 years. You never respected our beliefs for a second in your life.
The man down the steps shakes his head.
The people who seek the truth are more important than the truth itself. I may not understand that ever-shifting number, but I do understand and respect the people here.
He's continuing the conversation, a rarity to behold. Ever since becoming 6, he's rarely had a chance to unleash his sarcastic wit.
So you know the secret. What now? Now that you know the truth could lead to a nihilistic void, I wonder if you would abandon our doctrines, our wisdom, and our inheritance, and step into the darkness in a fit of rage. When truth fails, sophistry prevails. Correct?
Ha! We cannot deny that fate, the unspeakable, holds wisdom beyond our understanding. Perhaps it does take a resolute skeptic, an impartial nihilist, to steady this ship and remain detached enough to look on from the sidelines.
210 looks up at the distant, grape-colored sky.
Pity. This was supposed to be the best time of year to make wine.
He leaves without looking back. The silent leader continues on the familiar path. A short distance away, 37 slides gracefully down the sand and runs towards him.
6! You're here! 888 said they're holding a celebration before the arrival of the emanation, in honor of the living and the dead. Will you join us, 6?
37. Do you remember the story of Socrates?
The one you told me in the cave? The trial is over. Why mention it? You should answer my question first.
Her words trail off as her eyes suddenly widen in fear. She's completely fixated on what's in the distance. She knows the feast is underway and she's recalculated the safe zone for them to hold it in. But now, people are laying out food and wine on the ruined beach, among the rubble and wreckage, right next to the remains of the battlefield.
Wait, are they holding the ceremony outside the immunity zone? I told them to go to the meadow near the top of the mountain where they will be completely safe. I've checked my calculations over and over, leaving no room for error. 888 must have made a mistake. I need to warn them.
No, she kinda just wants to wipe herself. Her tiny arms are held back. Blonde hair droops over 6 eyes. 37 looks back in confusion at the leader's unusual behavior.
37. Either be wise, uninvolved, and look on, or be practical, involved, and suffer. Which one will you end up choosing?
You mean all we need is a piece of hope?
The voice on the phone sounds unsure.
Yes. In recognition of your extraordinary contributions, Laplace is honored to present you with the fruits of our labor. This knot is the result of our research. The knot has been validated as a working ritual on both humans and arcanists. With the help of other arcanists, we found methods to avoid side effects and conducted small-scale experiments with success.
So are you saying we can...
However, since the experiment is still in its early stages, it involves a variety of materials and complicated rituals that are not yet possible for transmission, nor can we deliver you any experimental equipment as the storm is about to make landfall.
Give me a moment. Okay.
The knot acts as an equivalent to the incantation, but it does not guarantee that we will meet the casting requirements or avoid the likely side effects.
This is devastating news for anyone in need of rescue in midst of the disaster. The robot pauses briefly, searching its database for kinder phrasings.
I apologize, Miss Kakanya. Perhaps the result of our work will not really help your situation.
You said the knot works on both humans and arcanists, right?
Surprisingly, there's no despair in her voice.
Yes.
She's gonna make a
This
mirror.
is more than enough. This is the best news I've heard so far. There's a chance for everyone.
The robot did not understand her mumbling, but she found something in her database that might help.
I have 2 more pieces of good news. First, the curse is not inevitable. Our experiments showed a 0.49% likelihood of no side effects occurring at all. Second, the closer the storm gets, the more pneuma fills the air, leading to a greater success rate of the ritual. Yet, even with these factors combined, the rate of success is still extremely low.
It's all right. With millions of people trying, there's hope that at least one person will succeed against the odds. Thank you for sharing this with me, madam. I will do everything I can to spread this knot in Vienna to the Arcanists, humans, Magyars, and Germans. They are all my people, regardless of their social status, profession, or race. They all deserve the right to survive.
Lucy ends the call and turns around. There stands a Foundation employee sent here to inquire about the experiment with a stern expression after overhearing the conversation.
Madame Lucy, I can only assume you acted impulsively and overlooked the proper application process. The knot is new and not ready for widespread testing. Distributing it in Vienna could lead to more casualties or even fall into the hands of our enemies. I must remind you that this is a clear violation of the regulations set by Pax Security Council, the St. Pavlov Foundation, and the Laplace...
Ah, yes. How careless of me.
And the Laplace. He said and the Laplace, but on text there is no the Laplace. Oopsie, the robot notes. She's becoming more human.
I did tell her I would share the results of the research, and this is what you call a promise. And the database says, a promise made is a promise kept.
The storm is imminent. The final moment has arrived.
My brothers and sisters, put down your cups for a moment and lend ear to me. We were born extraordinary, yet estranged from the world around us. Throughout the ages, we wandered the world like a ship lost at sea. Despite the instability and chaos, we persevered, and together we sought after the truth that would illuminate us all. Through introspection and contemplation, we cleansed ourselves of hatred, madness, and delusion, and embraced the value of beauty and harmony.
Yet now, our shattered faith mingles with the rubble of this phenomenal world, as specks in an unjust timeline, as remnants of a tide long receded. The dream of the transcendental world is broken, and the order of the transcendental law is no more.
Our sanctuary has crumbled, exposing us to live in a world filled with conflict and turmoil, where we will be trapped in the wheel of birth, doomed to repeat the mistakes of history for eternity.
But do not despair, for there is another way to the truth. It is a path fueled by unbridled passion, one that was stifled by moderation and restraint, a path that transcends the individual, breaks all boundaries and limitations, and leads us back to the essence in a fiery blaze of glory.
This path is the emanation, which we stride into for the ultimate truth of our journey.
Doctor?
The boy eases his pace as he sees Kakanya rushing this way.
Finally, someone I know.
She cradles a thick stack of pamphlets in her arms, a little out of breath.
Ilich, gather everyone you can and have them read out these steps in the plaza for all to hear. If possible, go to the telegraph office or use a printing machine to copy flyers. Distribute as many copies as you can. I'll go to Leopoldstadt and find the Gracchus brothers. They know where to find abandoned military hot air balloons.
What are you talking about, Doctor? People are too busy trying to escape. I want nothing to do with those crazies. This? A guide for tying knots? Don't you know the world is about to end? So many warnings. Who'd want to read this?
The people who want to survive will read it. I can't guarantee anything. It's a gamble for our lives. But people have a right to try before doomsday arrives. Ilich, please trust me one more time. Please.
The boy recognizes the plea in her voice.
Fine, Dr. Clara. If this works, your coffee for the rest of your life is on me.
You know, for a second he was logical. Who would want to read a pamphlet at the end of the world? Clutching at her own hair, she lets out a heart-wrenching wail.
Why are you still leaving? I found the truth. I completed the test. I deciphered the code of Aperon.
She struggles, trying to break free from the arm holding her back, her eyes fixed on the beach before her.
Why aren't you stopping them, Six?
A friendly figure comes up to them.
Hello.
Hello, Madame Besmert.
Are you joining them, Miss Marta?
She smiles and shakes her head, turning her face towards the leader.
I find myself uncertain of which way to go. Would you kindly give me some guidance?
The guidance I can offer you is limited, Miss Marta. I think fate knows its own fate better than anyone.
Thank you for your advice. I think I understand.
She asked, and she acquired. She steps into the path of no return. Not was not enough. It was the brooch that saved her. I don't know. Did Madame Besmirch really die? Was the event before or after? Yenisei would be with our gang if that was the case. Unless the event happened before, and then Yenisei was recollecting everything? Marta is Besmirch. But like... surely the same voice actress wasn't just recycled for no particular reason, you know? I'm holding on to the belief that they are. That is your theory, or Besmirch is for Storm Marta. Come on, dude. Same voice, both of them are blind. Same hair, like, come on, dude. The only thing we're missing is height. If we can confirm the height, we'd know. I don't know. I'm salty. They just left 37, just like that. She is post-wiped Martha.
My dear child, look at you. You're exhausted. I couldn't be of help then. But it's okay. The party is over now. At least let me brush your hair, darling. Or your hair will get all knotted. And it will hurt you when you try to untangle them. I'm not surprised. An old friend of ours, not. Often we learn our knots before we even know how to read and write. A knot could be an obstacle that breaks the consistency of a flow. And also a reminder of forgotten things. You can use just about anything on hand to make a knot. Leaves of grass, the fur of an animal, even fallen hair. But the sturdiest knots are tied with rope. Knots are often found in many stories. Signify promises, counting and measuring, an instrument of salvation, and one of execution. Oh, I could go on all day. The influence and power of knots can't be overstated. It is said that it was in the cutting of the Gordian knot that Alexander became the Great. Just touching the meters-long rope provides blessings to the faithful in Bellum. And tiny knots on strings can carry the history of an entire people. The ancient Inca called it quipu. The intricate variations of hundreds of fabrics, colors, and lengths of strings were used to record their stories through the ages. And to think, Shakespeare only had 26 letters to create his masterpieces. Just look around you. Don't sailors use knots to mark depths and mend sails? Or coachmen tying knots to rein their horses? And any respectable lady or gentleman knows the knots they must tie about their necks to stay in fashion. Or consider the knot-like helix structure of DNA and the changes in states of matter. Invisible to the naked eye, these knots carry some hint at a universal law. That there might be a string, like the quipu, an endless rope that records in its knots everything in the world, one that can't be seen, yet there it is, everywhere, all at once. Maybe you can tie this knot yourself. Use your hair, then form a loop, pass the end through it, and tighten it up. There you go. I hope you keep this knot as a record of the words we shared here.
No. String theory? Could be. The two numbers, 37 and 6. Two numbers, each representing a pure essence of its own.
I don't understand. I should be giving them my blessings. They're brave enough to return to the essence. But instead, sadness washes over me. I should feel happy for Sophia, now that she knows her soul number. Yet, I am filled with sorrow.
The beach is quite clean and perfect again. The storm has washed away everything that's happened. The war, crowds, and the clinking cups. All gone. It's restored to the likeness of a better time, with no remnants left behind. The last echoes of an era have faded into the distance.
Why did you all leave? Is it because I wasn't fast enough? Is it because I didn't do well enough?
Her petite frame sways in the breeze until finally she crumples to the sand. Rivulets of tears stream down her cheeks, mixing with the mud on the ground. Her face, hair, and gilded robe are marred with stains, but she shows no concern as she brawls her eyes out, her grief tearing at the core of her being, like the first cries of a newborn entering the phenomenal world. Thus, the leader knows the question is answered. Rather than looking on, she has chosen to be practical, involved, and suffer. And now the moment of parting has come.
Go, 37. Leave the island to the world outside. Ms. Verton, you're clearing a path out of the mires of the phenomenal world. I sincerely hope you will steer it away from the horrors of war.
It's our duty to do so.
6 nods approvingly. The importance of the scroll needs no further proclamation.
Also, the person you were looking for, I am not familiar with a biographer named Erd. However, in my recollections from the previous 6, there was a lady with a soul number just as unique as yours.
Are you saying?
Mother? Or Kazan?
Sadly, these vague scraps of information were all that I inherited. I hope they will be useful to you.
He turns around. Without another look at the empty beach, he starts walking back. Some believers trail after him without hesitation. Seeing this, the girl wipes off her tears and scrambles to her feet.
No! Wait! 6, where are you going? Everyone is gone! Sophia, 210, 888, and now you too?
I'm returning to the cave, 37. There are still people who refuse to be caught in the cycle of hatred, or give in to unrestrained passion. The entrance to the sacred place may be destroyed, but the people's faith is yet to be extinguished. We will persist in studying the scrolls, copying the scriptures, and restoring our halls. We will worship the Ancient One in penance and work to rekindle the flame of our broken beliefs. The island is a manifestation of our choices, a haven removed from the phenomenal world, a place of order and harmony, and it is our determination that will sustain its tranquil existence.
I will go with you!
No, your choice has already been made, 37. You should not go back. The sorrows and doubts you have can only be alleviated by experiencing the outside world.
37's face turns completely pale. 6 shakes his head, looking toward the setting sun.
Thousands of years ago, the first faithful ones fled from the Roman Empire and journeyed to this island, where they founded the School of Aperon. 500 years ago, refugees from Arabia found shelter here. They filled the cavern's shelves with copies of their writings and texts. Half a century ago, scholars who had their research exploited for warfare came and expanded our knowledge on modern mathematics. There were many 37s and 6s among them. Yet, are we any different from them in essence? Even if we are no longer here, the numbers 37 and 6 will still exist. Even if the island sank, these numbers would reappear elsewhere. The integer sequence is infinite, 37. Rather than clinging to a set of specific numbers, you should go and work out your own calculations and conclusions.
So now you're choosing to be wise and look on, but I don't understand. How could one be wise by being uninvolved and looking on from the sidelines?
6 lets us sound almost a chuckle.
You overestimate wisdom, Miss Verton. It can't do everything. Wisdom can free people from ignorance, but it can also lead them to a nihilistic void. Yet, someone will always seek this wisdom, even if nihilistic, to briefly rise above their worldly troubles and find some relief. And someone will have to stay here and provide a neutral haven for the drifters of the phenomenal world, and give the lost souls a harbor to return to.
He turns again, ignoring the calling behind him this time.
Wait! 6! Wait!
She rubs her face with her palms and pulls up her robe, running down the beach. She stumbles over a pebble and falls, but she pushes through the pain and rises to her feet, still running as fast as she can.
Wait, 6! Atticus!
The man stops. He had not expected to hear that name. Numbers are the essence of one's soul, and names are but echoes of the phenomenal world. He was born into his number, long before he was given the name Atticus. 37 never once called him by that name, for she had always valued the essence above all else. Now here she stands, hair tangled with mud, knees bleeding, all battered and bruised, yet her gaze remains resolute.
Will you leave a door open for me in your cave, like when we were kids? I know the transcendental law is in disorder, but that doesn't mean the truth is gone. I will carve a new path through the chaos, calculate better solutions than ever before, and delve into the phenomenal world to discover all it has to offer. By then, if I run into problems that I can't solve, can we talk about them together? Like we used to?
3 maxims were carved on the pillars of the temple of Apollo. Know thyself, nothing in excess, and give a pledge and trouble is at hand. Okay, we seem to still be here. Just an amazing buffer. 37 on her shonen journey to math even harder. What can he say? Alleviating doubts is a leader's duty.
Yes, a door will be left open for you, 37. Both you and your friends can come in.
It's a promise. 6.
She brushes away her tears and waves to him. Still a goodbye, but it is no longer devastating. The last of the Epiron followers have left, leaving only the Timekeeper's team on the beach.
Zeno sent a ship to pick us up. Let's go, 37. The researchers of Laplace would love to meet you.
The girl's shoulders are
Are
trembling.
you nervous? Afraid of the unknown world?
Maybe a little, but I will get used to it.
She lets out a breath, clearing the tangle of emotions from her mind. A familiar smile lights up on her face.
Because the nature of the universe flows in all things alike.
My mind is still occupied on Marta. I don't know. Besmert is Marta. It has to be. I'm still caught up on that. The umbrella and the knot. It may not be important to remember an era, but it is important to remember the people.
We are prisoners within these cavern walls. Our gaze is held captive by the shadow's thrall. Until our hands clasped and our chains rattled, we united to break free from our shackles. The sightless joined forces with the soundless, and the voiceless uplifted the helpless. Together, we assembled a sliver of truth, a piece of the world hidden since youth. Have you got something for me, Mesmer?
Mesmer Jr. looks worn and tired, but her demeanor is still somewhat friendly. Dark circles are clearly visible under Mesmer Jr.'s eyes, just like every Laplace member encountered today.
Yes, they asked me to give this to you. The culmination of our research, the crystallization of man in all its wisdom, the protective gear against the storm, an umbrella. Something you personally don't really need.
She takes a sarcastic jab as she opens the white Satan umbrella.
It's called the Equilibrium Umbrella. This is the first model, consisting of a converter, a harmonizer, and a ritual core. The converter generates a balancing field that can cast rituals in the storm, taking account of the wielder's capabilities. The harmonizer's markings are inspired by the scroll of Apeiron. Madame Lucy tested it against 162 known side effects and found it to be highly effective. The original scroll has been returned to the island. This is only a simplified and duplicated rendition.
Now we know how Ezra, a human, survives in the suitcase. I see.
The 162 curses aren't all of them, right?
Correct. There may be other unknown side effects, so the umbrella is only a prototype in the testing phase. And the ritual core. At first it was called the 37 Lucy Knot in honor of the two main contributors. However, both of them turned it down.
Yes. I still remember what 37 said at the time. She would rather name it after the mathematical properties of the knot, even if it's too much of a mouthful.
No. 37 is not a name, and the truth should not be dressed up with anyone's name. I only found it. I didn't invent it. I don't need something named after me to prove my sense of existence. But I'm not on the island anymore. I can understand that the imaginary numbers need to honor the discovery. You may use another contributor's name for it. I'm willing to accept that.
Madame Lucy showed no interest in the naming rights, so it was transferred to the third major contributor, Adler Hoffman. Sadly, researcher Adler also rejected the offer. At first, we nearly ended up using the date of that day as the name, but he changed his mind after confirming he could use his family name instead.
The Hoffman knot? You named it after Madame Hoffman?
Yes. Researcher Adler Hoffman wanted to make sure that Greta Hoffman would never be forgotten for her selfless sacrifice. Level 4 Investigator Marcus, please accept this umbrella. It is rightfully yours.
She receives an Equilibrium umbrella. Its pearly sheen creates an illusion of pure whiteness in front of her.
Given the incredible contributions you have made, you're welcome to apply for a well-deserved and extended vacation.
No. I will request for permission to go out. My era is gone. But with this umbrella in hand, I will venture into the new world and marvel at what's to come.
Marcus looks up at the sky.
Will the sucker tort taste the same?
With the umbrella in her arms, she bows to the Foundation staff member. Then she turns and walks towards the light. If we went to the past...
And lastly, the asymmetrical nuclide R in the handle of the umbrella is supposed to protect against the storm syndrome, but this still needs to be confirmed through testing.
If we went into the past, shouldn't people be there? I mean, never mind, Miss Mossan kinda confirms the theory. We went back to her time, yet no such person existed. I think we are in the 90s, so Spath Dia's event can happen.
It's okay. This is the one thing we need the most.
If you have no further questions about its usage, I'm heading back to the rehab center. The afflicted researchers there are in dire need of my magnet therapy.
Don't you think 1 is not enough for my needs? I think 5. No, 15 might be more helpful.
I wonder why. An unexpected question. Mesmer Jr. stops with a surprised look on her face.
My suitcase can't protect humans from the storm. They'll need the umbrella to survive. In the future missions, I may encounter lots of...
Mesmer Jr. interrupts.
Just a reminder, Timekeeper. This is only a prototype. The application forms for the umbrella are available in the Foundation lobby. Feel free to apply for as many as you need.
She turns and leaves, not staying for another second. I don't know, man. Mesmer Jr. looked kinda depressed there.
Thank you, Mesmer.
The amount of sunlight is just right. The umbrella pops open, rotating with a touch of grace. Against the white fabric, the golden knot gleams with brilliance.
37 was right. It is a beautiful shape indeed.
Foundation Square has been restored to its former glory. A recognizable figure stands there, having waited a long time.
Hey, Vertin! Did you get it done?
Yes, it went smoothly. I was expecting something more complicated. So, to get the umbrella, you only need to fill out forms.
Huh? That's not what I was talking about. I'm talking about the brave and glorious sacrifice of my Apple II. Don't you think the Foundation should compensate me with a shiny new ship?
By the way, remember Madame Z's umbrella? She had it in the storm when Vertin was a kid. Yeah, I do remember that.
Oh.
Oh? What do you mean, oh? Are you saying you totally forgot about it?
Regulus closes in, offended, putting her hands on both her shoulders.
Easy, Regulus. Those people are likely buried in paperwork right now. Just be patient and wait.
She twirls the golden medal between her fingers.
Lilia, how was your commendation ceremony?
Trial/Trace explained its unique umbrella, and it only works on Archons.
They rewarded me for escorting the important item during the storm. How is delivering a scroll worthy of a reward? I'll say someone should be grateful I didn't crash into the committee building.
She tosses the medal to Regulus.
Take it. Might be useful for your alchemy.
Oh, let me see.
Regulus brings the medal to her mouth and takes a small bite.
Oh, thanks, mate. It's made of pure gold. On behalf of the pirate community, I thank you for your remarkable contribution to alchemy.
I have one too.
Drew is the third. Walks over and places another medal in Regulus's hand. Like Lilia, she was rewarded for helping deliver the scroll.
Please forgive my lack of contribution, Timekeeper.
She misses the island trip because of the forge they planted in the Foundation Square. Fortunately, the square has been restored to its original condition.
It seems the awakened woods have embraced tranquility once more. Perhaps a sign of good things to come.
I'm glad to see you back on your feet, Miss Truvis. In fact, there's a place I'd like to introduce you to. A flourishing island that survived both war and the storm. I think a talented druid like you would be of great help to them.
Sounds like a place to look forward to.
Thought you was gonna stuff her into the suitcase. You know, just open it and chomp her. Their union is cut short by the pirates cheering.
Nice job, Druvis. It's not as big as Lilia's, but it is made of a rare kind of metal.
This is a good start, Captain. This apple thinks we only need 300 more medals to afford a new ship.
You read my mind, Mr. Chief Mate. When will Zeno's ceremony be held? This captain is not a fan of these ceremonies. So, could they just mail me my medal?
The rockin' pirate coughs awkwardly, her eyes darting away behind the cover of her shades.
Did I miss something?
Welcome, Sotheby.
Are we holding a medal exchanging party?
Sotheby!
Regulus rejoices at the sight of the little lady, tears welling up in her eyes. She stretches out a hand at Sotheby, immediately gets the message.
But I don't have a medal. All I have is this big round golden...
A handful of weighty jewelry is placed in Regulus's hands.
Captain, I think we can buy a new ship with this.
God damn! A noble lady. Regulus warps her in a ginormous bear hug, moved to tears. Praise Sotheby, the most charitable woman in history, the revitalizer of the pirate community, the prime sponsor of the ingenious alchemist, and the bank vault on legs.
Regulus! Regulus!
Tanetta runs over panting, waving a stack of stamped papers in her hand.
The timekeeper asked me to request a new ship for you, and we have the approval. The Foundation will rebuild Apple II and pay for its maintenance. Huh?
Funny you say that, Sonetto.
The trees are swaying in the breeze and the sunlight streams through the leaves. There's a fine weather to set sail
now
again.
We have 2 new ships.
To be continued. Okay. We still haven't verified when is the time. Notification on receiving the Equilibrium Umbrella. Special notice to all. The prototype of the first generation personal storm immunity device, commonly known as the Equilibrium Umbrella, has been completed and validated through Miss Lucy's testing. Thank you all for your contributions and sacrifices. Everything you have done today will forever be remembered in our history. Special thanks, listed in alphabetical order: Abigail, Adler, Afra, Alice. Who is this? Miss Lucy should be the first on the list. But it's in alphabetical order, it's only fair. Adler sure got lucky with his name on this one. Oh well, he deserves it. I'm off on vacation. I'll treat everyone later. Remember to come along. And now, the curtain call. She brushes off the raindrops from her shoulders and steps into the new world. The youth are sailing for a new world, while the old are saying goodbye to the world they knew.
15 plugs. This should be enough to cover all socket types at our destination. Simone, pass me the experiment log, please.
She brushes the dust off with the desk and takes a final inventory of the lab's equipment. She leaves the lights off, not needing them any longer. An urgent knocking sounds from the door.
Come.
Before she finishes her protocol for human social customs, the door barges open.
Madame Lucy, is it true? Are you leaving La Place?
Yes. The inquiry is over. This is the decision of all parties involved.
Alright. Bitrate looks normal. I think we can keep going.
You have got to be kidding me!
Enigma pounds the table, sending the dust from the experiments into the air.
After all the incredible contributions you've made, they're suspending you?
Well, Burton Suitcase needs a room, but I like how you care more about them being shoved into the suitcase than the actual story itself.
This is absolutely ridiculous! Without you, there would be no umbrella, and everyone would have died from the side effects!
But many did perish because of me. I had underestimated the danger of the ritual, and it ended up spreading uncontrollably. Did you not once have the same opinion, researcher Adler Hoffman?
The robot gives him a friendly nod.
It is surprising to see you change your mind so quickly, but that is just what Laplace needs. The spirit of rationality and self-evolution.
The documents have been filed away. Simone walks up to Lucy and takes her heavy experimental apparatus from her hands. As the dust rises from their movements, Enigma lets out a cough.
I can imagine how they came to this decision. They must have considered the backgrounds of all the employees, including their social status and race. After 8 years, we finally created an umbrella to withstand the storm. However, our methods for achieving such progress and breakthroughs were too much for some to handle. people needed an outlet for their frustrations, so someone had to be held responsible for the accidents and casualties. Numerous complaints have been filed against me, accusing me of being a cold, heartless opponent of humanity. Within the Foundation, Xeno, and even here, some are starting to question the idea of having an awakened piston as a leader of Laplace. They argued about my arcane abilities, unsure if I had them under control or if they were becoming unstable and affecting my ability to make rational decisions.
The robot realizes an overlooked detail.
I did give the nod to Miss Kikanya in violation of the confidentiality agreement, but ultimately, it helped people survive, and that is all that matters.
But Enigma does not pick up on this realization. He's already enraged, fists clenched in a ball.
So they're questioning your standing because you're an awakened? An arcanist? They're doubting the rationality of a machine that values technology and progress above all else? Could anything be more absurd? Even I, a human, was on the verge of giving up. It was you who convinced me to save our species.
My question is, why are you so upset? This does not affect you. In fact, you may be promoted. Laplace is setting up a new department, and you and Ulrich should have been invited to head it.
Weil das verdammt ungerecht ist! Diese Leute kennen dich nicht. Sie haben nicht mit dir gearbeitet oder dir zugehört. Und doch ernten sie freudig die Früchte deiner Arbeit, während sie dir keinen Respekt erweisen.
That's not... He could have cursed and we would never know, you know? Who said these subtitles are real? They might not be one-to-one. In fact, Enigma could have insulted my family. He could have insulted anyone. How would we know, you know? These subtitles aren't real.
Der einzige Grund, warum du suspendiert wirst, ist, weil du, ein Erwachter, nicht wirklich sterben kannst. Oder sie würden dir jetzt eine Ehrenmedaille auf deinem Grabstein verleihen.
Maybe you should take up that offer. At least you will get a promotion as a just reward.
Enigma opens his mouth, but no sound comes out. He wants to tell her she's wrong about him wanting the promotion, but he's too flustered and angry to speak. The robotic's eyes slit to pulses, and she continues in her unemotional tone.
By the way, Ulrich ended up receiving a medal. But like you, he was not exactly thrilled either. He is outside the committee building, refusing to eat in protest. But everyone knows how resilient the awakened can be. It is going poorly.
She shakes and sighs, deeply remorseful for her subordinate's behavior.
I will suggest that one of you take this position. No one knows this research better than the two of you.
Not a chance.
The research must progress, and you also need to ensure that the results will not be abused.
A valid concern.
Scheiße. You're right.
Enigma is caught in a fierce battle between his principles and his duty. But the robot doesn't notice these unimportant details. She nonchalantly walks over to the chair and runs a final battery check.
The punishment does not bother me, Researcher Hoffman. Power exists only in your dictionary, not mine. From the moment of my awakening, I have been unable to comprehend you creatures. And even now, that remains unchanged.
She states with no emotion added to embellish her delivery. Enigma's mouth falls open in shock. Meanwhile, the robot just keeps on talking.
We operate in different ways, just like how our fuels differ. But the bright side is our paths align, whether we are creatures or machines, humans or arcanists. Most of us strive for a better life. It is this primal desire that drives progress. That is why I put on the mask of a human and work on improving my appearance and speech, all for the sake of better communication with you. Unfortunately, my efforts do not always pay off. Some say that the more human-like I appear, the more different I seem.
She shakes her head with regret.
But I am who I am, and my motivation is not to gain recognition from others.
Peak line, I am who I am.
Our aligned path leads us to progress, and that is all there is to it. Thanks to the invention of the umbrella, Laplace can now resume its research unhindered. And if there is someone better qualified to lead, I am more than willing to remain a humble cog in their machine. Besides, Miss C introduced me to a beautiful resort. The lake there is rich with arcane power, perfect for an awakened arcanist like me. Not only is it a resort, but also an independent team with a good amount of freedom. My only concern is if they have adequate power supply.
I wonder where she's referring to. Something suitcase.
Oh, rust might be a problem. Perhaps I should ask Researcher X about his titanium derust machine.
The robot is happily thinking about her vacation plans. She has completed all preparations for departure.
Time to go, Simone.
Madam Lucy, please take a look at this before you go.
A stack of reports is handed in front of her.
This is a report you compiled during the storm countdown, detailing 126 side effects and how the scroll alleviates them. I have some questions about the data for Type 34.
Lucy flips it open and dutifully goes through the list one last time.
Yes, I can see a few errors in here. Unfortunately, I have to complete all of the handover procedures today. Perhaps you can ask Mr. Ulrich about it later.
She hands it back to Enigma, but he does not reach for it. He looks at her, grief-stricken.
The side effects left a mark on you, didn't they? There are 162 side effects, not 126. There was also an obvious typo in the data for Type 34. We noticed it long ago and corrected it. Took only 5 seconds. You sacrificed so much for this report, yet you could not see such glaring mistakes. You called me Researcher Hoffman earlier, a name you haven't used since you took over Laplace 8 years ago. To avoid confusion with my sister, you and our colleagues started calling me Adler instead.
Moving closer, he asks grimly,
How much data did you lose to impair your research abilities like this? Is this why you have to leave Laplace now? The progress you've made has helped so many, but at what cost to your own well-being?
The robot does not answer, a rare occurrence. From her side, Simone gently takes the file for her.
We should go, Madam Lucy.
Goodbye, Researcher Adler. Thank you for correcting my mistake.
Ah, that hurt. She walks away with steely steps, not looking back.
Alright, fine!
He grips the door frame, ignoring the strange looks from the hallway.
I'll take up that role and do what you've been nagging me to do. I'll take care of those pesky committees. But just so you know, I'm not doing this for the higher-ups who look down on us, but for the people who look up to us from below.
The footsteps continue in rhythm. Her duty here is done. And then another voice calls out.
Madam Lucy!
The corridors are bustling with people. Researchers, clerks, directors, and security. Every Laplace employee is in the corridors from bottom to top floor. The same voice shouts,
All attention! Salute!
Papers glitter the air like snowflakes. Countless drafts, designs, and forms from the past 24 hours rain down. They were created for the storm and have completed their mission. Just as did the robots.
Simone, why are they throwing papers at me? Are they rejecting me and banishing me?
On the contrary, madam, they are showing their reverence.
Oh, I see.
The robot is without a face and emotion module today, so she turns away from the crowd. The sunlight dances on her metallic surface, enveloping her in a golden aura.
Let us go, Simone. I miss the Laplace chargers already.
You miss them? You have feelings?
There is a 230-volt bath at the resort, right?
The end. Fluid metal. Oh. Final replay is now available. During the event, you can re-experience a climactic thing. Ooh. Yeah, I am not doing that. No, 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 I ain't. I am not reading that. To the new world. I wonder, should I open this right now, or what to do? I mean, I think the extra chapter is probably like the star. I'll open it. If something plays, we're gonna watch it. If nothing plays, I'll just leave it for a let's play. Feels weird to say a let's play. Who am I? No. Okay. Whew, for a second, I thought we were looking at Manus Sonetto. Actually, 14 stages. You can get the Sonetto skin. I mean, based. I like me Sonetto, but it's quick, sure. The long journey wears you down. It's only your force of will that has carried you this far. But the rockin' pirate's still filled with to the brim with the energy. She finds a smooth, flat rock that still holds some warmth from the sun, taking a seat before raising her drink in a toast towards the horizon. The last can of Dr. Pepper rests beside her.
That's the stuff. Nothing beats a Dr. Pepper after saving the day. What? Are you worrying about other things? We just took down Arcana and snagged the storm immunity. Why not kick back for a minute, mate?
Are they talking about Dr. Pepper copyright?
The best bit about this whole thing is I ended up with 2 ships in one day. Let's treat ourselves to fizzy drinks and get all puffed up today.
I thought you'd prefer celebrating with coffee.
The brown bean juice the math geeks hate so much? You think I'd make a fuss again? Well, coffee would be lovely, but right now Dr. Pepper is my jam. So, maybe next time.
It's a fine respite. As she said, there is nothing stopping you from enjoying the refreshing flavor of the bubbling soft drinks. Do you think we'll ever make it back to our own time?
Of course! We already have the Equilibrium umbrella saving us from the storm. Just gotta put it into production and distribute it worldwide. Give it 100 years and bam! It'll be the year 2000 in no time.
Only 100 years?
Alright, maybe that's a bit too long. But we can find a better way for sure. And there's no solid proof that the storm only takes us back to the 20th century, is there? What if, as the dorky biter would say, there is such a thing as a white crow?
It's called the Black Swan, not the White
Maybe
Crow.
the next storm will take us to the future. A future where we can sail into space. Oh, I'm gonna be a rockin' space pirate, that's for sure. And we'll pop over to Leo and see if any aliens are up for some rock and roll.
I have to go. Thanks for Dr. Pepper.
Glad you enjoyed that. If you ever want more Dr. Pepper, I'm here for you.
A genius has decided to leave behind her orderly and familiar realm to dive into the chaotic currents of a new world. She stands on the beach, lost in her thoughts, the waves gently lapping at her feet. Tap her. No, stand beside her.
Vertin?
She notices your arrival, but her eyes are still fixed on the sea.
What's wrong? I'm calculating the perfect time to set sail.
She's referring to John Titor here, but I'm not interested in Titor.
This question is unresolved. The outside world is too murky, too distant from the essence. My mind becomes clouded and dull, limiting the power of my arcane skills. But maybe I can take it on as a new project. Make this murky world clean again. I think it will be a lot of fun. Sophia will love it too. If she comes back.
I should get going. Goodbye.
I think we'll meet again soon.
Would be funny if we just randomly find Marta. That 768 nautical mile flight was barely a warm-up for the pilot and her trusty broom. Perched at the highest point on the island, she takes a moment to fully savor her recent flight. She takes a deep swig from her canteen before shaking her head.
Hey, Vertin! Come drink with me. Only kids like Regulus drink soda. You should get used to vodka.
I'm underage too.
They had to legally say that. I'm sure if this was real life, she would take a swig.
Sheesh. You were never the model student, but now you sound like one. If you're not into drinking holy water, at least chat with me, or the joy of drinking will be lost.
Why did you decide to become a pilot?
Now that's a topic to get the sips flowing. Who isn't up for a little reminiscing while drinking? I became a pilot because I love flying, obviously. The wind rushing past you, the thrill of acceleration, the weightlessness and adrenaline while chasing the enemy. The best part is the screaming when you slice apart their plane. Call me disloyal if you want, but to me, Xeno was just a place to get a pilot's license. Ever since I got my papers and an aircraft, I had been looking for a place to fly freely. In Xeno, I needed a mission to fly. At the Foundation, my role would have been reduced to a mere instructor. So I looked for a place with endless problems, where I could have unlimited fun in the air. Can you guess where I ended up? Your suitcase.
Nice. I should get going. Oh no.
Maybe you can join me for another ride sometime.
All roads lead back to the chat. No way.
Not like the last time when you were sick, but in an actual air fight.
The little lady is trudging along the beach, dragging a suitcase stuffed to the brim behind her. She rarely travels with much luggage, usually preferring to tuck everything into her dress. You can't help but wonder what she could have brought along that would be worth all this trouble.
Is there a gentleman who can help me? Oh, it's Vertin! Hooray! Could you act the part of a gentleman and help me carry this suitcase?
What's in it?
The moving pictures of Typhon I chose for my new island friends, including Typhon and the Auto Island, Typhon and the Pegasus, Typhon and the battle against Jupiter. All are perfect gifts for new friends. I know what you're worrying about, but don't worry. Miss Moisson approved my request, so I asked the Foundation to make copies for everyone, even though she said something like, no copyright issues in this time and year. Is copying not right in this era? Typhon never cared about such details when sharing with friends.
You notice strips of black plastic peeking out from her suitcase. They appear to be films.
Could you carry the suitcase for me? Bless your heart.
Of course. Leave it to me.
Not even an option. It's better not to expose the films to open light. You take the case in your only free hand.
Thanks again, Vertin. Say, you happen to know of any dark and empty rooms? We can enjoy Typhon's moving pictures on a wall there with our new friends.
Oh, do I remind her of Mr. Carl? I mean... Yeah, the last dialogue option just ends the chat. I kinda wanna listen to this.
Yes, another storm we braved together. Even though there was a tense atmosphere before the storm, everyone was on edge. Their discussions were too hard to understand. I couldn't keep up, but good thing I was the best potion alchemist around. I whipped up helpful potions without even knowing what they were saying. I'll tell you a secret formula, Vertin. Add 3 grams of gold powder to coffee, and it becomes a refreshing potion. It works the best when you add it in front of their faces. Coffee and gold are an addictive combination, so don't get carried away. Remember, don't drink more than 3 grams of gold a day, and politely say no to anyone who asks for a lot of gold.
You can leave Typhon to me.
I knew it, Vertin. You must really enjoy lugging suitcases around.
Yeah, that's kind of our thing. I assume they're gonna leave Vertin last. I mean, Sinetto last. The druid is taking a stroll through the war-torn woods. She rests her hand on the scarred trunk of an olive tree, intently listening to its quiet whispers in the wind.
A beautiful morning to you, Verdin. As you described, this is a forest worth looking forward to. Branches of the trees are arranged in a perfect pattern, showing a sense of harmony and unity. I can see the gentle and caring nature of the guardian of the forest.
That is high praise.
Indeed. All branches follow the same pattern and grow in the same way. The edges of squares give rise to triangles, and the edges of triangles give rise to squares.
She's speaking in 37 language.
I may not be familiar with this trimming style, but I can hear the trees humming with joy.
That pattern is called the Pythagoras tree.
I have heard of this Pythagoras. He was a mathematician. Little did I know that his theorem could be expressed on trees. My respects to the sagacity of the ancients.
How have you been keeping?
I'm grateful for your concern, Verdin. I am well. The Foundation did not make it hard for me to repair the square. Instead, they collected data on the potential damage that the proliferating plants could cause to the Foundation's infrastructure. They also thoroughly examined the growth potions made by Miss Sotheby. So it seems our next protest will need a new strategy. It won't be as easy.
I should get going.
I would love to talk to the trees again. They are delightful. Farewell for now.
A lady sits in front of the IDM, her expression emotionless. She places a hand on her face, her fingers carefully running over her cheeks as if they were unfamiliar. For a brief moment you can't quite place who she is. You recognize the mental torso and limbs, but her face seems unfamiliar.
Nice to meet you, Timekeeper. I have intended to visit you, but training interfered. Forgive me for meeting you like this instead.
What's going on with your body? Interesting.
Training?
Yes, training. I was instructed to leave Laplace and go on a vacation. Just as I was wondering where and how I was going to accomplish this task, Madame Z recommended your suitcase. So I prepared this spare body for easier communication with the members in your suitcase. Considering the presence of underage individuals, I opted for a softer material. Hopefully, they will be comfortable with the temperature of my metal. As for my training, it is to master the art of resting. I would like to inquire, how does one define the concept of resting?
Resting is when you stop working for a while. Resting is when you focus on keeping yourself in good shape. Sure.
I am glad that you and I have come to the same conclusion. Based on my observations, Resting is what one does to recharge their physical and mental systems through the combination of a balanced diet, suitable exercise, and sufficient sleep.
3 of which you don't need because you're a robot. What?
But these measures do not work for the awakened. I require no sleep. My sustenance is electricity, and exercise quickens my deterioration. I suppose the closest definition of resting is the continuous charging of electricity. But from your perspective, can this not be categorized as the sin of gluttony?
I like Lucy's dialogue
See
here.
you soon, timekeeper. Remember, we still need to complete the resting plan.
You know, I've been losing my shit recently because I was thinking, yo, plants, you know, they kind of figured out that green absorbs the sunlight better than any other color, which, again, science tells you, hey, white is every color, black is the lack of color. I mean, colorful light. Now, whether you believe in RGB, CMYK, when we look at paints, all colors mixed together makes black. And so white is the absence of color, whereas black is every color. So you have science telling you the complete opposite, paint telling you the other thing. How did plants know that, yup, green is the color that absorbs sunlight best? Now, I understand we created... What's up? Black is the absorption of black. White is reflection of all colors. See, that's the thing. How did plants know green is a good color for that? Anyways, autocorrect messed up. I'm gonna continue this, but I'm just saying, I'm losing it. How did plants know? The IDM has completed its mission, but its screen is still lit. Someone is still on the line.
It's a 7-letter word. The second letter is A and the third letter I. Failing, failure, jailing, painful. No, not these. Open your mind.
What about rainbow?
Good one. Then the 6 is O, the start of opportunity. Wait, who's talking? There is no one around me.
Poor man.
Is the IGM talking? Are you an awakened one?
This is Vertin speaking.
The timekeeper? I was so relaxed I forgot to check the microphone. Most of the staff is preparing funerals for the deceased. If you have anything to say, I'll pass it on.
That crossword puzzle was pretty pessimistic. How's Laplace been with Lucy gone? Kinda, I'm not curious about this, so I'll just say this one.
I was just going through words in alphabetical order. It had nothing to do with pessimism or my personal feelings. If you really want to call me that, then I'll say it takes one to know one. Pessimists have a knack for spotting their own kind.
Understandable. Me too, brother. I'll leave you to your
So
puzzles
were you
then.
just here for small talk? I was told it would help with my resocialization. Thanks.
I wish we had another option, but hey, it's okay. That Mesmer Jr.? The dream builder stands perfectly still by the sea, unaware of her surroundings. A stack of gilded white umbrellas lies piled at her feet. She keeps her weary eyes shut, her body swaying gently in the sea breeze.
Ugh, it's hot. Please move these people out into the hallway. This room's turning into a sauna.
Shimmering sweat builds on her forehead until she slowly begins opening her eyes.
Vertin, thanks for the jacket. But I doubt anyone will catch a cold in this weather. It's been a while since we saw each other outside the Foundation, hasn't it? I should probably thank you for the extra work you're causing me. Finally, I have a chance to escape the daily grind and enjoy some fresh air. Even though some of the Foundation staff are starting to see me as your go-between. Whatever. It's nice to get away from the screaming patients once in a while. Here, the equilibrium umbrellas you requested.
Have you ever considered a different job?
To
Interesting.
do what? Be your errand girl? Sadly, the number of people losing their minds only increased over the years. I'll never be able to leave this job. You should continue your efforts, Vertin.
Find ways to minimize the impact of the storm on people, as you did with the Equilibrium umbrella. That'll save me a lot of trouble.
Thank you for bringing
It's
the
no
umbrellas.
big deal. Just part of the job. Now, if you don't mind, please verify the delivery and confirm receipt of the items you requested. The faster you count, the sooner I can take a break.
Her heavy eyelids slide closed once again as she drifts into another dream. Now she is an actual therapist, unlike a certain doctor. Is that the great Matilda Boaniche? The Voice's owner has found you before you could even look for her. Like a trained athlete, the divination genius charges towards you, her orbunculum secured under her arm.
Aha! Finally caught you! Think you can hide from me? Did you really think you could sneak off to the twist ball without the knowledge of the monitor assistant Matilda?
Twist ball?
You can't fool me. The lovely Sotheby has given away the details of your plan. You should feel lucky that I'm soft-hearted and generous with other people's mistakes. Now, if you invite me to this ball, I will forget about what happened.
There is no twist ball, Matilda.
Do you really expect me to believe that?
She sees the genuine look on your face and her confidence starts to waver.
Do you mean that? Was Miss Sotheby pulling a prank on me?
Perhaps she forgot that she was supposed to hold the ball.
So no one was left out. Elle ne va pas se lancer dans une danse du twist fou. You'd better be telling the truth. I hope you will come up with a more tasteful event next time. And be sure to invite me. As the monitor assistant, I am obligated to be there and supervise.
There could be a party if you'd like.
I never said I wanted a party.
The first option was probably like, you know, stroking her ego a little bit, but nay.
Unlike you, I've been keeping myself occupied as the monitor assistant. And I already have plans for my next holiday. And I will be visiting my mother in the one after that. If you want me at your party, make sure it is scheduled after my family time. Which is not another ball without me, I should hope. You're cleverer than this 13. You know you can't fool me. I will be watching.
I wonder why Matilda is like this with Vertin. I mean, I get it, it's for Sonetto and all, but not really. This is X. Yeah. No, is this Madame Z, maybe? Your direct supervisor chooses the perfect place to meet. It's not too eye-catching, nor is it so quiet that you can't find her easily. She's holding a medal in one hand, and an award announcement speech in the other. Her thermos cup is left aside.
Congratulations, Vertin. The Foundation is pleased with your recent performance. I am here to award you on behalf of the Foundation.
What's up, Madame Z? Been a while? She puts the medal and speech in a folder and hands it to you.
I know you're not a fan of these ceremonies, so here's your medal and a brief statement on your achievements. That was nothing compared to what you and your friends have done. Even though we now have the Equilibrium umbrella to shield us from the storm, we still have ways to go before we can truly understand it. We will get there, Vertin. Slowly but surely. No need to rush, Vertin. Take your time and rest. Enjoy the company of your friends before you set out again. Don't worry about the reports. I'll handle them. You've been busy ever since becoming the timekeeper, and you deserve a break.
Nice. Apple. This is one I'm looking forward to. A red fruit is enjoying himself peacefully in the wine cellar. Its rosy hue looks incredibly vibrant today, perhaps due to the wine.
Good morning. Or evening, my lady. Just as expected. The wine on this island is exquisite. This apple, pledges to personally take on the task of documenting these wines and preserving their names for posterity. They will be called Cuvée Aperon, in honor of this respectable school of thought. It pains this apple to the core that such a talented group of scholars parted ways over philosophical differences, Miss Verton. Disagreements are not always bad. Sometimes the spark of progress comes from the friction of ideas. The flaws in the foundation of calculus weren't discovered by a mathematician, but by a theologian heavily involved in the study of religion. And for that, we should be grateful to him for bringing it to light. His insights revealed weaknesses in the concept of infinitesimals, prompting a need for improvement. Thanks to his criticisms, mathematics was spared from becoming a palace of errors and lies. This apple believes that the current differences in the school of Aperon will eventually lead to a greater unity.
Aperon.
We should toast to differences.
I should probably
Bon
be
voyage, Miss Verton.
Laplace's unpredictable inventor is busy building another mysterious device on the island. It appears to resemble a catapult.
Hey, Verton. What a lucky surprise. I'm setting up a new Goldberg machine. This place is going to be a hub. When a seagull glides over the ocean and builds a nest on one end of this lever, a stone will be flung from the other end, which will fly all the way to... Well, the fun will be spoiled if I tell you now. See for yourself when I'm done. Why don't we talk about something else? Like Laplace? You might want to hear what a mess it is over there. I'll catch you later. I've got a couple of gadgets to tune up.
See you later. See you later. That is all I'm saying. See you later. Wait, Sonetto? Who could be after her then? Huh. 6 maybe. You know your chief assistant will be here just like this. Just like she knows you'll come looking for her. It's been ages since you last saw her in anything other than the Foundation uniform. That's how you know an actual holiday is finally here.
Good morning, Timekeeper. We have finally completed all of our assigned tasks. The Foundation gave me a break, but I don't know what to do with my free time. Would you mind if I spent some time with you?
Certainly. We can chat a little.
Her tense shoulders fall with relief.
Thank you, Timekeeper. I wanted to talk to you about the mission we just had. Especially about Sophia. Sorry, this is about to sound like a work report. I'm not very good at small talk. Can you start the conversation?
I'd like to ask about this, actually. I mean, I don't care about this part. It kind of feels like it's inevitable anyways.
I will do everything in my power to prevent tragedies like Sophia's and Schneider's from happening again. No matter how impossible it may seem right now, I will find a way. Sorry, those were big words, I know. What I really want to do is to keep being your assistant, Timekeeper. For it is my duty and my own will. Let us do this together, Timekeeper. It's okay, Timekeeper. Don't let me keep you. I'm not going anywhere. We can talk later when you have time.
You can replay though and choose other options, etc. I see. Oh, Miss Radio's the last? Shouldn't they put Radio first, then Sonetto, and then you get the skin, you know? I don't know. Feels like an oversight. The green radio is basking under the sun, bathing in its warmth. Since she does not have a human face to make expressions, it's hard to read her mood. However, since the fifth dimension Aquarius is playing from her speakers, it might suggest she is in good spirits. She snaps up from the moment she notices your presence, and the music shifts to a 4-note motive, just like Beethoven's Fate knocking at the door.
Hello? Miss Verton, what brings you here? Have they finally decided my verdict? I hope my recent actions were enough to prove my innocence.
She shivers nervously and the music seems to crackle along with her.
Really? That is wonderful news. I am relieved to hear that I have been helpful. These past few days have left me on edge, wondering if they would pry open my battery cover, or submerge me in formalin, or even take me apart in search of enemy signals.
Okay.
Thank you for your confidence in me, Miss Verton. So, am I allowed to move freely within the Foundation now? I could use a little cleaning, polishing, and perhaps a coat of wax, if I can find someone to do it. In that case, why don't we enjoy a little pampering time together? We could slather ourselves in machine oil, bask in the sun, and let the rays zap our impurities away.
Good idea.
Did you find something, Miss Verton?
Alright, let's claim the skin. She's gonna say her original line. She's not gonna say anything new.
The lake is overflowing. It's cold, just like a flowing line. Wait, where am I?
I dislike that. They should add unique lines, mate. Can you find a person for me?
Certainly. Which DJ do you have in mind? Or are we looking for updates on a particular politician? From AM to FM, I'll scan through all the frequencies just for you.
The name is Ern.
Ah, the biographer. She is the reason we embarked on this great journey. What intrigues you about her?
I can't be sure. It's just a gut feeling.
Oh, I didn't mean to pry. I will gladly help and pay close attention to the name. If it comes up in the news, I'll let you know right away. In that case, why don't we enjoy a little pampering time together?
Not much happened. Not much happened there. I mean, we are curious. That's really it. In any case, that seems to be everything on the island. Unless they have new... Yeah, that seems to be all of the characters. Damn. The new world. I like that. Interacting with the characters like that. Given that the game doesn't have a messaging system like in other games, that was a cute way to interact with the characters. I've yet to do these. It's gonna be a while, let me tell you. It is gonna be a while. In any case, this is for the recording. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you on the next one. Assuming the next one ever happens. Goodbye.